Recording in progress.
Good morning. Thanks to everyone for accommodating our early start today. It's Tuesday, March 25th at 11 a.m. And we'll start with a roll call of our council members, starting with Councilor
Stuart Hanley.
Becky Bogdan. Rachel Whipple.
Gary Garrett
Okay.
and Craig Christensen and Travis Hogan are excused. I believe they'll hold you here a little bit later. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes: January 28th council meeting, the March 11th board meeting, and the March 18th joint meeting with the planning commission. Are there any requested changes or objections? If not, we will declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. First on the agenda, we have a resolution approving the appropriation of $65,057 from the general fund for contractual sales tax increment post-performance payment to the East Bay Shopping Center, presented by Melissa. Now
Hey, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So this is a request for an appropriation for a post-performance sales tax increment in the amount of $65,057. On June of 2018, the council approved an agreement with East Bay Shopping Center for this post-performance reimbursement, and the goal was to reimburse, the ownership group for the remodel and reconstruction of the Ross store that's over in the center to invigorate other retailers into the space. The target reimbursement is $1,154,385, and this is would be the fifth payment. It's a 10-year agreement. This is the fifth year, and this represents a total of $306,155 so far. Does anyone have any questions for me on this item?
any questions from Melissa? This is our agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Next, we have an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally, that's right, generally located at 2601 West 280 South, from the agriculture zone to the agritourism overlay. The Provo Bay Neighborhood, presented by Karen.
Hey, thank you. So this one, if you recall, goes back a couple of years when they were trying to find a way to do an event center out there. So council passed the Agritourism Overlay zone, and they've been working through since that time a project plan application to meet the standards of that overlay zone. They've now done that, so we've brought this request to the City Council for your review and decision. Thank you, sir. So just to remind you where the property is, just right there south of the elementary school, agriculture uses. So this proposed event center would take about 1/3 of the property with the associated parking and open space and the event barn itself. Uses, hours, and noise are to be followed from the standards that were placed in the overlay zone. There's kind of a rendering or elevation of what the building will look like. Plan Commission recommended approval on this, and this is on your agenda for tonight. So if you have any questions that I can prepare for.
Okay, so can we go back to the site? Yeah. Okay, so that triangle piece or the rectangle piece up by the school, he's actually got structures all the way back to the Hinckley house. Are those all coming down? Because they look very sketchy, and I think that's the one that Knutson pointed out in planning commission a couple years ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the other accessory buildings on the property. We're only reviewing the event center and associated open space and parking for that. So I don't know what their plans are for the rest of their buildings on the site. We do know that none of the buildings are within that distance requirement, animal building distance requirement of the event center itself.
So like, because he's got. Would you have anything around it?
Yeah, anything back where you're seeing the improvements on the site plan would have to be taken down for those improvements to come in.
Even if this one here over, you know, it's still not over, they're pretty sketchy, I don't even know if they would withstand anything.
On that same note, all those buildings you mentioned, plus the ones he has up there that he's gonna, do they all have to be up to code? If he's gonna open this other thing to the public?
We don't review any of the other buildings through this project
Really?
or building permit, yeah.
Okay,
And if someone sat him down and explained that if he does not meet the criteria, he will lose his business license.
Yeah, I
And
mean, he's
that's on
got
him.
copies of the staff report, he's got copies of the ordinance, it should be pretty clear to him that is the case.
It should be, but nobody sat him down and said,
No more than we sit anybody else down and explain the existing laws to them.
Councilor.
I know for me, there are safety issues with those other buildings alone, like,
oh yeah,
that I couldn't, in good conscience, have the public go there. But
I agree with you 100%, Catrice. And the feedback I get from the public is, right, the condition of the buildings on the property, the comings and goings of people, and the events that have happened on that property in the last few years is what caused people pause. So some people, and I don't even have to ask, they just dish. Some people are like, if we give him this opportunity, he's gonna clean up the property. And that's their hope because it's right by the elementary school on all three of those issues. And other people are like, why in the world would we even consider this?
Fair question, yeah.
How do you feel?
I. The only thing that would make me go forward with it is that he would have to be clear that if he does not, I mean, right now, those buildings do cause me a lot of pause. I even drove out there last night to make sure they were still there, and they're there, and they're sketchy from looking from the outside in. I've never seen them from the inside out. If this went forward, honestly, I'm just concerned. I am very concerned, and I would want him to know that, dude, if we invest in you, you need to, there's an expectation or you lose it all. But I don't know that I feel comfortable going forward with it.
Well, we can certainly clarify that with the finishers tonight, Becky, make sure that they understand that condition of the, if it's approved, of the overlay. Aaron, I read twice in the material that that concerns that were raised by the residents related to noise and traffic.
Right.
And both times it said, but the AT overlay should help mitigate those issues. Can you explain that? In what way does the AT overlay mitigate issues of noise and traffic?
They should, right? So it refers to the noise ordinance in chapter 906. So they'd have to comply with that. And the AT overlay itself has more stringent hours.
Okay.
So I believe it's 8 to 10 on weekdays, 8 to 11 on weekends.
So it's not going until midnight or all
Right.
hours.
That's the idea. So between the limited occupancy that they have by the building and the parking, the noise ordinances that we have in place and the hours in the overlay, we can only hope that those are followed.
Right. Okay, well, and I appreciate the fact that staff has worked with them so well over the last year to propose this overlay and take some comfort in knowing, Becky, that provision is in the contract, that permit could be pulled at any time if there are issues that are not addressed or resolved, like we thought. Brian,
Well, I wanted, is there a development agreement proposed here?
There's not, so they'd just be bound by the ordinance.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that issue. I mean, this is a rezone, despite the fact that it's an overlay, so it's a little bit different than our normal rezone. This is a rezone, so once it's approved, they're entitled to do whatever the zone allows them to do, regardless of any promises that they made in order to get the rezoned. Unless there's something more than just, unless those promises are somehow documented. Meaning, this could be one of the cases where you could express a concern and say, I'm not comfortable with the fact that this property is being used for public tourism with those buildings present on it, so I wouldn't vote for this if those buildings are still there. And somebody could the developer could proffer a development agreement promising to take the buildings down. Because otherwise, if something like that doesn't happen, even if they say in the meeting that they're planning to take them down, they're not obligated.
Councilor,
So I was confused because I was trying to match up the aerial image of the existing buildings with the plan that where it says, I think it says the existing building in there and
Yeah,
they
those buildings don't match there.
they don't match. So I don't actually know, based on the documents that were given to us, what buildings they're planning to keep and which ones they're planning to get rid of.
Yeah, nor do we.
Okay, that's good that we know we don't know that.
They come from here.
Yes,
Oh.
right, but especially that one just on top of the driveway there, I couldn't find. And anyway, I don't know what that is. Yeah, we're not figuring it out based on the information we were given. So I had confusion about that. The other question I had did have to do with the existing buildings. And it's similar to Becky's. So my understanding is that if somebody's asking to do something with their property, they need to cure any other violations that they may have on the property. Have we cited them for violations for any of the structures that they currently have there now, or are they okay because it's an ag zone?
It is an ag zone. There's no current violations on the property. There had been in the past couple of years about doing work without permits.
Right,
They've resolved all of those. But a lot of these buildings are decades old. So they're at best non-conforming, right?
right,
So we're part of this project plan application and the subsequent building permit for the barn wouldn't look into any of the existing buildings. As unfortunate as that is, it just doesn't, we don't have that scope of overview with
right.
this proposal.
Because it seems that if they would want their venture to be successful, they would need to tear down the other buildings and clean up the rest of the property. I just don't know that they'll do that. I don't know even if they would do it, if they would get like the proper, I don't know, do they need a demolition permit?
They would need demo permits.
Because given the history, I don't know that they would do that properly either. So I would like to see their proposal manifest. It looks like a good improvement for the property. But I would like to know what else we could do to, I don't know, like put bumpers on the bowling lane to make sure they actually do the things that would be helpful to them. But maybe that's too much government oversight.
No, I mean, these are all valid concerns, right? Knowing the history of the actors here and the property itself, I think these are valid concerns. The scope that we have for our review, the project plan meets the proposed zone, and that's what we qualify as a recommendation.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
any other questions or comments for Aaron? Again, this will be on our agenda for tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Aaron. We'll move to the PID discussion, a presentation regarding a proposed public infrastructure district for Slate Canyon development with Lennar Homes, presented by Betsy Fowler Russin and Megan Murphy, attorneys with
WBA.
There you go, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. And I believe I have colleagues that are joining on Zoom. Okay, I'm not sure if they're, okay, thank you. I know Megan Murphy is, so I'm Betsy Fowler-Russin. That's good to see you all again. We were here just a few weeks ago. And hopefully I remember this time how to use the PowerPoint. I may need a reminder of it's this button, right?
Yep.
And I aim it at.
It
Straight?
should work just about it. That's where the regular.
Okay,
trigger, just
all right,
So you know,
okay.
Counselor Hogan's online.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we were here, like I said, February 11th. First, I'll actually introduce some of my colleagues that are here. This is Connie Gonzalez from the underwriting team, DA Davidson, and then Xander Wajman. Yeah, who's here from the Lennar team to answer any questions about the specific development agreement. February 11th lives in infamy for me. Not because of anything that happened in this meeting, but on my way to the meeting, as I was curling my eyelashes to come, I got a text message and bumped the door and ripped out half of the eyelashes on this eye. So every day when I put mascara on, I'm reminded of the February 11th meeting with the Provo City Council, and that it will be 4 months from that day before my eyelashes actually grow back.
Positive experience because I would pay for that to be a reputation.
Yeah, it's just a reminder of exactly how long it's been, and I am proud to report that I have grown back, I think 3. So there's enough to kind of hold a little mascara. But I was worried you all would have thought I looked like a lizard the last time I was here. So in another note, reporting back, not just on the eyelashes, but to report back on, we did send a letter to you, I believe, on March 5th to answer some of the questions that were brought up at that council meeting, and also to report back the answers to those and what we thought about those questions, and to make sure that we're having a dialogue as we move forward. We'll also do this is also a continuation, I think, of a series of hearings that work and city staff have had in 2024. Initially with what was noted as the Buckley Draw development. I believe in July of 2024, last year, there was the quite extensive work, I think, to amend the critical hillside overlay zone. I think, is it CHAWS? CHAWS, I'm not quite sure what the acronym is. I heard it several times, but this is a continuation of that as well. So I'll serve as just a quick reminder. You've had various meetings about PIDs going clear back to 2020 with Gilmore Bell Council, as you guys were looking over the idea of the medical school campus PID. Quite innovatively, I believe you were the first city council that approved a PID in the state of Utah. The legislature had passed legislation in 2020 or 21 to do that. And a quick overview of what a PID is. To remind us, a PID is a separate governmental entity. And that's important to remember because that's very intentional. It is in order that the PID can use capital financing tools in order to fund the project. And what's important to note about that is that the debts and obligations of the PID are not the debts and obligations of the city. And so to create a separate entity is very intentional as the legislation goes. Now, it's also important to remember, even though a PID is a separate governmental entity, to think about what it is not. A PID is not intended to usurp the powers of city council or the city. There is no land use authority within the PID. That you retain that. However, the city council maintains or acts as a gatekeeper for the PID in the creation process. And that's why we're here today. Because the creation of the PID is completely discretionary. And so that's why we're here asking for the approval of the governing document PID today. So our overall goal is not to have a vote. Today, our goal eventually is to work towards, I believe we're on schedule for the April 8th council meeting for a vote to take place then. But we wanted to receive more feedback. We wanted to talk to you about the questions, the letter that we sent with the answers, and get a feel for any other concerns that you might have. So I guess I can start the PowerPoint now. Like I said, I'm Betsy Fowler-Russin with WBA. We will act as counsel to the district once the district is created. And we were brought on board by the underwriting team and with Lennar. We've worked with Lennar in Colorado and lots of different places, and have worked with DA Davidson as well. So I don't exist yet, but hopefully my role will exist. We've talked about this. Like I said, our goal is to move forward towards that public hearing of the governing document 2 weeks from now. I believe it's posted, or we wanted to give notice of that today to give the accurate 2 weeks notice for any comment that may come in from the community, and to follow up on the previous hearing. Now, there were 2 questions that were posed, and they, I believe, came from the presentation that you had directly before we were here, and that was from Brian Baker, who is the municipal advisor to the city. And so the questions you asked were very good questions, and they're questions that I would hope every city council would ask. And those questions were, number 1, but for a PID, or but for a PID, why should we have this? But for the PID, what? And then the second was timing wise, is this the proper time, or will this create a precedent that we have to grant every PID that comes before us? So hopefully we'll be able to answer those questions today for you. We've talked about what a PID is. Are there any questions generally in regards to how a PID operates, or what a PID is? Or a PID, depending on who you talk to, public infrastructure district, a PID, or a PID. If you do have questions, just raise your hands. And that's hopefully what I'm here to answer. Anything very specific to the funding mechanism and structure itself, or bonding, that's where Connie has all the answers. And then for the development, it's Xander. Moving on, this is a similar presentation. We've added a few more details that are very specific to this project. And we've talked about how the PID itself is a dedicated funding mechanism to help pay for the infrastructure of the development or of the project. So another reason PIDs are very helpful is that it will facilitate, or they help facilitate, the timely and the efficient completion of those necessary public amenities. So rather than being completed on a piecemeal basis, or as funding is made available, that infrastructure can be done up front. In this case, there aren't phases that we've talked about. It's essentially for the infrastructure up front. Also, as noted, this in no way rolls up to your bottom line. There's no effect upon the on the credit of the city in dealing with the debts and obligations of the PID. Looking across the board, what city councils or municipalities that are approving PIDs look at, there are several things they look at historically. Number 1 is the performance of the district applicant. We'll step through each of these. Compliance with the creating entity's master plan. So your city has a master plan. The city has objectives that the mayor and city council have said are important to them. The credit worthiness of the district applicant. Here it is Lennar Homes. In leading up to this with the development agreement, it was Anderson Development. and Dave Morton. You may remember those conversations. Looking at the plan of finance for the pit itself. You know, where the money will come from, how it will be funded. And then the proposed development. And that last one I want to focus on, and we will as we go forward, but to look at what will this bring? What are the amenities that are going to come into this Slate Canyon project?
Betsy, are the finance plan terms for a PID always 30 years? Or is it up to 30 years?
I believe Connie may answer this, but usually it's 30 years. And then the debt can be completely discharged the way that it's structured in a period of 40 years. So even if it hadn't paid off, or there was still debt after 40 years, that disappears completely. But they're planning on a 30-year.
Okay.
Historical performance. I wanted to answer the question here. Lennar Homes, as I've stated, they've done hundreds of these PIDs nationwide, successfully executed the PIDs. And I think rather than saying, okay, what is the capital? If you have so much capital, or if you are a firm that has such a great reputation, then why would you need a PID? That's not the question. The question to be answered is, can you execute a PID? Have you done this before? Is this something your company is good at? And Lennar has been fantastic with that. They are one of the largest home builders in Utah and nationwide. And their credit worthiness is unparalleled, where they won't not come through on the debt. That won't happen with Lennar. Yeah, Councilperson Bogdan.
Why wouldn't we ask the first question?
Why wouldn't you what?
Why wouldn't we ask the first question? You said that's the question we shouldn't be asking. We should be asking another question. Why wouldn't we be asking, why can't they just finance this all up front?
Well, you could ask that for all, however many hundreds or thousands of projects going on nationwide that Lennar has. If they were expected to front every single one of those without a financing tool, then it wouldn't be an efficient business plan. This allows for very smart financing, not only in the structure, but in that it allows for interest rates. So it allows Lennar Homes to access interest rates that are only available through bonding mechanisms that are that allow the interest rate, through the PID. So they can so I guess I don't know if I answered that or not, but it's not padding the pocket of the developer, but it allows the developer to come in and to follow through with the development agreements that are in place, because they become affordable. And we'll talk about what affordability means here and why that was a part of the development agreement here.
Okay, so if it's not a part of your presentation, the one thing I would like answered is, to me, these people are paying for this infrastructure, whether it is on their property tax or whether it is on their mortgage, but essentially it's all on their mortgage, because nowadays it's all rolled up into one. So what's the difference between just charging more for the dwelling versus charging less for the dwelling, but then kind of coming in and saying, oh, but you have extra property tax?
Sure, and I hope I can answer that, and we will get into that, but one of the biggest differences is, I would imagine everyone in this room, or most of us, have a mortgage. There's a reason for that. You're able to spread out payments over a 30-year period, as opposed to paying for it all up front. One of the benefits of a PID, and it's one of the strongest benefits, is that instead of passing on the development price to the initial home buyer right up front, this will allow for more mid-level price point homes, because that initial price is being assuaged by the PID. And so not only will the PID allow for a lower upfront cost, because it spreads the cost over 30 years, just like a mortgage, it also helps pay for the infrastructure that's already in place. So number one, you see the values of the home go up almost immediately because the infrastructure is there. And we see the price point being lowered, if that makes And
It
let me,
does, but it doesn't, because I mean, they're still making that up through property tax, right? Because they're still paying extra property tax, which in turn makes the payment go up.
I didn't add that, the access.
oh, Connie, can you speak in the microphone? Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to add that overall, the bond financing access a low rate that some individual might have through their mortgage. So the mortgage might come in at 7%, but these PID bonds are being sold at maybe 6 and 6.25. So over the period or their life of their mortgage, their property tax funding or that rate associated with it is gonna be lower than maybe what they get in their initial.
That's maybe, but not everybody.
Right, I can't control what rates look like in 6 months a year, right? So it could get higher or it could get lower, but the district does have the ability to refi once the development is completed, get a lower rate.
And we will get into some more specific numbers of, thank you. You know, what we're looking at here and in this community, specifically looking at where the tax rates were in 2024. Good questions. That's why we're here to answer. And if it's not answered, we'll talk about it more towards the end. The other, compliance with the creating entities master plan. This has been brought up, I believe, Mr. Pepperoni brought it up before, that a lot of the discussions last year that took place, it was noted by the city, there was a very strong interest in creating or building homes that were reachable within this mid-level price point. And so there was a lot of work with the staff. As we'll see a little further on, this house, this building development has 10 different house plans. They're really beautiful house plans, and that affordability has been a major point in the development agreement itself. The plan of finance for the public infrastructure district. I think it's important here to note the numbers. So here, the Slate Canyon PID bond proceeds, they're estimated, and this number is a changing number, but and Connie can speak to it, somewhere between 1 and 2 million. However, the cost of public infrastructure here right now is estimated, or at least last year, as of September of last year, 4.7 million. And so this is only to fund part of the public infrastructure. And there's a cap limit here, a limited tax debt of 5 million. So we're not going to ask for more than 5 million. The expectation, the cost of public improvements, 4.7 million. What Lennar would likely get is somewhere between 1 and 2 million. So they have skin in the game here. They are paying for the rest up front. Did you have a?
Yeah, I did. So I could understand kind of a but for being that the cost is $1.4 million higher than anticipated once you got into the geotechnical surveys and things like that. That makes sense to me. What I don't fully understand is if that's, you know, kind of the extra amount that we're needing here. Lennar was already planning to go ahead and pay for most of the development cost or infrastructure costs associated with the development. Why are we setting the limit at $5 million, which is more than enough for the whole cost, instead of a lower amount that's more commensurate to this 1.2 or $1 to $2 million, or the 1.4 that's in excess of the earlier estimates?
So I would say the 5 million, so the initial placeholder was actually a $10 million number. We lowered it to 5 million when we saw realistically what the infrastructure was going to be. Because of the costs of inflation and the rising costs of building, and that's a trend we see nationwide, we wanted to make sure that that cap is at least over the 4.7, so that if there's the ability to pay for the infrastructure, it can, it will or could pay for it. The reality of how much they're actually going to get based on the bond proceeds is less than that. But those numbers change. And Connie, if you could speak to that, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, most of that quote unquote wiggle room is gonna include your cost of capital, which is all the legal fees and everything associated with it to go to the market. And then it also includes, capitalized interest, debt service reserve, kind of these cushions that these investors require in order to feel more comfortable with it. So we might be able to raise a bond that's for 3 million, take out all the costs, and then the proceeds is the 1 to 2 million. And so that's why we have a higher ceiling in order to allow for some of that variation.
And here are some of the numbers. I will note that since creating this, there was actually I believe, and Xander, you can affirm, I think a $400,000 or $450,000 increase because of the hillside that has come up just within the last few months. That's raised the budget. So we see the increase in cost of public improvements. So that number now more than $1 million, and that's from September of last year to now. We see that cost has fluctuated. So as the cost increases, we see as time goes on, it's going to become more expensive and more difficult to pin down that mid-level price point. Any questions on this?
Well, you're saying the public improvements are 9 million plus, and you just said they were more like 4 million?
Those that are eligible for
The PID?
yes, for public infrastructure payments. So there are infrastructure. So that yeah, so it says public improvements versus public infrastructure.
So this is probably including the amenities and stuff too.
I'm not sure exactly, but what can be paid back because it is a public entity is that lower number, the 4.883. Connie, can you?
Yeah, I believe that the original cost is of horizontal improvements. So that includes your private and your public. Then they did an updated bid, it came back at 9.4. But then within that, only the eligible ones through a bid are the 4.8. Right, so public and private on the first year. So it's for horizontal.
I'm curious how much of this is just for legal fees. Like you mentioned, like, I don't know, you guys come to see us. I know lawyers are very expensive and
Right, so
multiple times and.
those legal fees aren't included in any of this. This is just for the project itself.
But the legal fees you said can be paid off with the PID.
No. So when you go to issue the bonds, you issue for, let's say we go to the market for 4 million. There's about 300K or so that is bundled up within that. And then there's the debt service reserve, the capitalized interest, and then the proceeds go to. So it's typically like you do with any public bond when you go to the market, somewhere when Provo City itself issued the bond, there's gonna be that population, so that's taken out.
And is that paid off by the homeowners or not?
Yeah, over the 30.
So, the million.
Can you give us some idea? I'm not necessarily suggesting that we want to open this can of worms, but I think it's relevant to my thinking about these kinds of things. If the density of the development agreement were 2 houses more, would we cover the difference? If it were 5 houses more, would we cover the difference? I mean, in other words, the increased pricing that you're saying is now, creating this problem, it could be solved with higher density rather than through a PID, or am I wrong in thinking about that way?
And I can't speak to the exact numbers of that. I see what you're saying, where, the ratio per home price, where do you hit that sweet spot? And is a PID necessary? Is it only, well, I would say it's not only here because of the rising cost. The PID is sought because it is the financing mechanism or structure itself. And I don't know, Connie, if you want to speak to that, or Xander more, but we
do you ever go to a city and say, hey, we're not able to cover this, we would like to request higher density rather than a PID? I mean, it seems to me, what I don't like about the PID is just the hidden nature of it, right? That the people buying the homes, I'm sure no matter how hard we try to make sure they understand, you're looking at the price of the house and you're not
and you're calculating the loans and you're figuring out what your monthly payments are, and then you have these added costs. And, you know, it seems like it's preferable to avoid that if possible. And if you have a unit rate that gives you the opportunity to pay for the project and make it pencil and make it profitable for you, and the price is reasonable for the customer, and there's nothing hidden, that seems preferable to me. But I just don't have a sense like what $1 million difference would be for a large project like this if you added 3 units or 4 units and you would cover that difference.
And we can come back and we can answer that, specifically. What I would say, also here, well, yeah, so we can circle back and come back to that and answer. Anything.
Well, I want to be clear. I have no idea, and I'm not even sure I have the appetite for that, because we already debated that and we came up with a development agreement. But it's also helpful, I think, for us as a council to understand, you know, when it just, my least favorite verb in city work is pencil, because I never know what that means exactly. I never know, you know, I understand the concept that it's got to be profitable for you. It's got to be doable, right? But I understand that the limitations on what makes something affordable for you include housing units, the zoning that we give you, but then it also includes all the infrastructure. And it seems to me that we don't always understand what we're asking of developers when we say we want this number of units versus this number of units per acre, and I don't know, maybe that's just a longer conversation that Bill can educate us on. But in this particular case, it seems like it would be a really helpful number to have, to say, okay, you know, in the future, or if it's desirable on the part of the council now, if you adjust that number by just this many, that makes up this much difference financially. I just have no idea.
No, that's a good point. I do want to speak to the idea of hidden costs. As this legislation was moving through in 2020, that was a big issue. There are 4 places where it's disclosed to a potential buyer or to a buyer. And we've all been through that. It's a long stack of documents by the time you're done on those disclosures, but the disclosure about a PID or those additional taxes from the PID are required to be on a separate sheet of paper in a different color. And so that issue has been addressed by the legislature extensively. And so we don't see it as a hidden cost so much. There hasn't been that complaint. And it's also posted in the places of advertisement, the developers' locations, by the realtor. So it's in numerous places that it has to be covered. The other issue is there are so many factors and variables that come into place with buying a home. And is that one factor? Absolutely. So the additional tax or the additional price point or price that will be added on because of the PID, that's something that I think any homeowner, anybody buying a home is going to consider. Is it something that might make somebody shy away from buying? It may. That's not what we're here to talk about today. That's the decision of the home buyer, but certainly where you get a lower price point, they do have to consider things like an HOA fee and I want to move on because I want to talk about the amenities that they will be getting because of this PID, but thank you for your questions. Hopefully we can answer all of those. I'm going to skip ahead. We've talked about the original developer on this and the extensive and good faith negotiations that happened. When we look at the amenities that are part of this plan or this development agreement, I think I have it in a different slide. I'll just leave it here for now. 40% of the land within the PID boundaries are dedicated to open space. That's to maintain that critical hillside overlay feel. This is just north of the Provost and Bonneville Shoreline Trail. So we wanted that, they wanted that to be something important that was discussed. There's also access to the hiking trails. There's a public restroom included with hiking trailhead access, raised beds, pickleball courts, community garden. It's very specific, negotiated semi-private fencing. Also the landscaped buffer zones, because there were some other developments, I believe people mentioned they looked like a barracks, or there was a barracks feel. The buffer zone became a very important issue. Additionally, the developer agreement specifies that all of the homes in this area must be or should be owner occupied for the first year after the original purchase.
And
The reason-
every subsequent purchase.
Within that first year, yes.
No.
Okay,
Well, the first year after every change in ownership. That's what the development agreement says.
yes, I believe so. Sorry if I didn't understand what you were asking. And that's a big deal, because that's to discourage the house flipping or turnaround. You know, somebody
Investors.
coming in and, hey, great price point, we're gonna buy these, we're gonna sell them immediately. That's to avoid that, hopefully. This isn't an accurate, I mean, it's a representation, but it's not necessarily completely accurate, but that gives you a feel for what they're looking at here. The public trailhead, restroom area here, pickleball courts and community garden. The Bonneville Shoreline Trail is here. The Bicentennial Park is over this way, and Slate Canyon Park up that way. This is a slide I should have been on talking about that. I do also want to note the safe debris and water flow, as that has been an issue. All of that watershed now has been directed down into Centennial Park, or that's the plan. Let's see, we've already talked basically about this. This is the slide that there were a lot of questions. So if you're looking at the 2024 tax rate and tax amounts that are typical, not typical, but specific to this community, the school district amounts per year, 1,873, comparable to what the price of the PID tax would be is 1,980 for the year. So
And is that PID based on 5,000 or 5 million or 2 million? What's that? What's the example that you?
Oh, it's the
based
cost of the
on?
infrastructure
So it's
itself.
limited, it'll be 0.006 of the assessed value.
Yeah, but.
And that will generate the 1 point.
And that's the
Okay, just the
mill.
1.2.
That's the mill levy. So by law, a mill levy in Utah can go up to 15 mills. You rarely see that. Typically, you'll see somewhere between 4 to 7 mills, and here the projected is the 6 mills per
And how
dollar.
many years would that be? Again?
30 years. Well, 30 years, but there can also be a restructuring or go ahead, Connie.
Yeah, I'd say it starts off, it's a 30-year bond or maturity, but the 6 mills can be refunded and it can be lowered over life.
We've talked about governance and oversight. You are the gatekeepers. We talked about the governing document. Once it's in place, the PID doesn't come back to you for every decision. You give them the governing ability to make those decisions, but there's no land use authority within the PID itself, but constrained by the limitations set forth in that governing document that we're here to talk about today. We've talked about this. There's annual reporting required. The new law, the new legislation, SB, I think 241. Now it's required to have a municipal advisor for every PID. We've talked about the disclosures. I want to get into the specific, the letter, the but-for question, and why. Number one, I think, well, I won't say number one because I don't know that there's necessarily an order of what's most important. It would be what's important to this body. But we look at the development agreement itself. It secures the infrastructure completion, but the PID is the tool that ensures the financial feasibility. The good faith, I will note, of the agreement negotiated over weeks and months. It complies with the city's master plan, and we'd already talked about the cost increases in industry trends. At the time that this was prepared, those exceeded projections over 1.4 million from the original budget in September of last year. The other question that was brought up was, does approval of the Slate Canyon PID create a precedent? So does this open the floodgates for PIDs, and what's the proper timing? So why are you bringing, it was asked, why are you talking about a PID now? Why wasn't this brought up initially? And that's a good question. What I wanted to point out is going back through the history of PIDs in Provo and in Utah. The other PID here is the medical school campus project. And there was a lot of deliberation within this body of how do we handle PIDs? How should we handle PIDs? And there were conversations noted from the city attorney to the bond attorneys, and Gilmore Bell was brought in, and eventually the city decided not to adopt a PID policy. And when we look at the medical, the MERC, I believe you guys call it, the Medical Education and Research Campus PID, I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but they had a development agreement in place in 2019, and then came to this body in 2020, and 2021 got the PID approved. And so the existence of a pre-approved development agreement doesn't disqualify, it didn't disqualify in that case the project from consideration of a PID, as it shouldn't here. Instead, what we see is that the city council or this body has a very specific criteria of things that were looked at of why was the MERC approved, and why I believe, and why we believe the Slate Canyon PID meets a similar criteria. Those criteria are public benefits, financial necessity, and alignment with city priorities. And that is from a review of all the discussions that took place or that were available during those previous and then leading up to this project here. Yeah.
So what happens if we say no?
Only I think Lennar could answer that. I don't want to speak to exactly what could happen or would happen. I think it would affect the price points of the home. That's something we generally see happen. The infrastructure is not paid for, so that cost gets then pushed onto the buyer on the front end. Typically, also what you see is the priority of projects where that infrastructure funding is in place, or a developer is going to be paid back from infrastructure funding. The shovels turn faster, the infrastructure is built faster, the development happens. And that's not to say that's exactly what would happen here, but that is what you see when a PID doesn't happen. The developer doesn't have necessarily the same priority going forward. But I can't speak to exactly what would happen here. Was there another?
I'm definitely interested in seeing this get done and get it done as quickly as possible. And I think it can be a real gem of a development that gives access to homeownership like nothing else that we've done in the city. There's a huge difference between the 1.2 and the 5, and that's where my hang up is. Like, we need to know exactly what that number is going to be, not a range of 1.2 to 5.
1.2 and the 5. So 5 is the cap amount or the max amount that could be raised from bonds in this case.
Yeah,
the
I don't
1
want
point
that high. Like, it needs to be like at a 2 or something.
Well, the infrastructure, okay, that's good to know, but the infrastructure costs themselves, we've seen are over 9 million.
Right.
The public infrastructure here is 4.7 million. So asking for 5,
Well, if you're gonna ask for 5, I mean, that 2,000 a month then is gonna, I mean, a year is gonna become.
So I want to clarify that the 6 mils is set as a max from the governing documents, and it can't go higher than that. So let's say interest rates lower, the 6 mils, then generally it might produce higher proceeds, but it'll always be maxed out at that 6 mils. That payment won't ever increase. It can only lower because that is what is decided in the governing documents, if that makes sense. So what that generates from our proceeds can range up to it wouldn't ever be the full 5 million, but it's already constrained. So like max in a better interest rate environment might be 3 million, but most likely it will always stay at that 1.2 because that's 110 homes, each contributing 6 mils will only generate that much.
So the
So it's
mill
already
rate is
net
I think, more of the eye of the focus of what people are going to be paying. And that also fluctuates based on the assessed property value, right, Connie? So, yeah. Good questions. And how much time do I have here? Yeah.
While you're taking questions, I apologize. I have one question about the governing document itself. It allows for, and I know that I recognize that this is provided for in state statute as a possibility, but allows for annexation of additional property into the PID without council approval.
No. Well,
Well, it does. Why, I guess my question is, why is that in there?
so there's an annexation area.
Right,
And so, and that's typical language in that governing document, so that, sometimes what you see is a PID is established with they call it a postage stamp area. But there's an annexation area where within
Right.
the PID itself. So we're not talking about any property outside of the boundaries of the PID itself here. And there's no plan to annex additional property in.
okay, so the annexation area is the entire project.
It is, yes.
And I guess what I didn't understand from the way I'm reading the statute is, why not just create the entire PID over that area in the first place and not have an annexation?
Well, it's the wording. Go ahead, Connie, but.
I'd say it allows, so the way why there's an annexation is it allows flexibility over giving a phase, let's say 1,000 unit master plan residential, allows you to bond up to, you know, what you use for 3 years, more efficient that way. But within this district, the PID boundaries are, you know, Lennar's entire project. And if anybody wants to annex in, or if quote unquote be a part of the PID, the state statute does require 100% property owner approval. So unless someone wants to be like, hey, I am a neighbor and I want to be part of this PID, then if they can opt in, that's completely the property owner's decision. And that's why it doesn't have to necessarily go back to the city council.
Well, but if that did happen outside of the area, that would have to come to the city council
Yeah,
because it's
you're
not
right.
within the
Expanding around.
initial.
So in this particular case, the boundaries of the two things are the same.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So Betsy, to your earlier question on timing, if you could take maybe 5 more minutes for your remaining 5 slides, and
Okay,
then we'll do 5 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
Because our next presenter is here also.
okay, great, thank you. Public benefits, we've talked about, I'll just briefly touch on that. We talked about the unusually high infrastructure costs due to the challenging hillside. One of the things mentioned in the Merck development was that was also a challenging area because it had been a landfill. And so there were additional payments that were needed or costs having to deal with taking care of the land before it could be built on. Here we see that's what's added to a lot of the cost escalations. This is the property itself from Google Maps, looking up towards the canyon. I think the Ovens, popular hiking place right here. To give reference. Obviously, these are some of the house plans that are part of the development agreement. But this was never intended, this project was never intended to be the, low income housing or initial price point. It's mid-level price points, 110 single family homes for those with growing family and specifically meeting what's been expressed by the city is something that they're very interested in, or you're very interested in. We talked about the assurance of timely and high quality, well done infrastructure. We're talking sewer lines, sidewalks, buffer zones. This one also, well, I don't want to repeat for the interest in time. Also, there's no financial burden. This brings no financial burden or additional taxes to anyone who lives outside of this PID boundary. So that increase in tax will be only for those who buy within the PID. alignment with city priorities. Again, I think this has been touched on various times. This is simply the financing tool to help implement the project as agreed. One of the other things you see happen is, and again, not speaking specifically to this project, but a lot of work went towards that development agreement, and what was put in place. And if the expenses if it becomes too expensive, or if costs raise too much, a lot of times the development agreement would have to be scratched, and they'd have to go back to the board and come up with a new agreement if something's not affordable anymore. So that's one other thing that we see happen as time goes on after passage of or not passage, but an agreement on a developer's general plan. This also promotes, well, I'm trying to save time. I think we've already talked about that. So just in summary, a PID isn't always the answer. And a PID isn't always something that's recommended. In this case, this is an extensive project. It's 110 homes. It's in an area where there isn't infrastructure in place already. And so I think if the city council is interested in going forward with this development plan and this development agreement, a PID is a great tool to help Lennar deliver that. Will Lennar be able to deliver it possibly within the same time frame and under the exact same development agreement? That's what's left up to question. So thanks for your time. Sorry if I went over. If you have questions, hopefully we can answer, but.
You're fine, Betsy. Thank you. Just one question. You mentioned how the legislation that was passed helps protect buyers. You mentioned 4 times. Obviously at closing, you mentioned the developer and what if on the secondary market, let's say someone buys a home, they put it on the market. I come in and buy a home. Might I not know until closing when I see that pink piece of paper that my property tax will be double what it would be otherwise about the PID?
That's a good question. I can see Connie's already, she stepped to the microphone already. I'll let her answer.
Only adjustments because I'm trying to buy a home. And even in the app, the Utah Real Estate app, we work with, the Association of Utah Realtors to make sure, kind of like there's an HOA, there's a PID.
Okay.
You don't see it often because PIDs are still coming to fruition, but in this case, you would most likely, and we'll see it as you look at it, you see the calculations, and you can run the numbers for yourself. But it is disclosed similar, just like the HOA. So that disclosure is there, and when you go under contract, even in an offer, they require to say, are you aware that this is an PID?
Thank you.
Other questions, thoughts, concerns, things you'd like us to address?
Yes, quickly. So I'm concerned about the timing of getting everything in and built and done. I like the idea that by having this funding mechanism, you can get the infrastructure in faster so that you're not waiting for more homes to sell to finish out a road and the street and things like that. Partly because I see prices going up on concrete and everything, and the longer you wait, the more it would cost to do that. But if we agree to this, and that would be my rationale for doing it, how do we know that you'll actually, or Lennar will actually go forward and get this stuff in? Like, can we have any kind of timing guarantee, or like within 12 months, we will have X percentage of the infrastructure done, or something like that?
So I don't want to speak on Lennar's half, but I know we looked at a possibility of PID probably about a year ago. It's why those construction costs are up there. But I will say that by allowing or approving this, you're basically opening the ability for Lennar to go to the market as soon as possible, right? So if you decide to change the density or reopen the development agreement, it might be another year delay or whatever it may be. But by allowing this PID in place, you're allowing them to access the institutional capital to be able to be funded into this project. And I do think that, from the way it is structured, those funds sit in a trustee that can only be used towards public infrastructure. So Lennar is incentivized to spend as much of those funds towards that public infrastructure first, right? Because it's their most efficient use of capital. So out of the 4 or 5 million that is for public horizontal improvements, they're going to want to utilize the 1.1 million that is raised. as fast as they could, otherwise it's, you know, they're gonna have to go to their higher cost of capital.
And that is one of the greatest benefits of a PID when it's looked at is that the quick ability to get that infrastructure in place. 'Cause we
Right.
know also that increases the value of the home.
But I still have concern that, you know, since this pit is only for a small portion, relatively small portion of all the infrastructure costs, we could approve it, they could use all those funds. And then still not like get all of the infrastructure in that timely manner that we're all hoping for.
I think, look at who your builder is too. That's
They're
the
not
credibility of.
Okay.
Lennar's a fantastic company and that's what they do. Xander, it looks like you want to speak to that.
Yeah, so every day, every second that land sitting there is a cost to us.
Yeah, your
So
carrying costs.
The faster that we can get homes out of the ground, the better for us. So out of anybody, we are the most incentivized to get all the infrastructure in as quickly as possible.
They're also the one paying the tax on it until it's sold.
Yes.
So
Okay,
So the more money that we have upfront to play with, the more we can spend, the faster we can develop and get homes out of the ground. That's just a question.
okay.
Thank you, Betsy. We
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you.
your helpful presentation today, and thank you, Xander and Connie as well, coming today. We acknowledge Councillor Christensen, who has joined us as well, and again, acknowledge that Councillor Hoban is online with us. Next, we have a discussion regarding the future land use maps for station area plans presented by Hannah Sauls, one of our planners. This is a continuation of what we talked about 2 weeks ago. So we'll turn the time over to you, Hannah. Thanks for joining us again.
Always my pleasure. Thank you. All right. Before we dive straight into the feedback, I'm sure you have after having a couple weeks to sit with the information. Do you have any questions on what we talked about last time with the procedure or requirements in the plans? Any general questions?
I have a quick general question that was brought up at one of our neighborhood meetings. And that is if we are kind of rezoning these things, we're upzoning them. In order to kind of streamline the development process and make that faster. Are we also increasing the value or cost of that land and creating accidentally a barrier to redeveloping them? Because if it's upzoned, then more could be done on it. And it would cost more for them to purchase that property and then do the thing.
Typically with pre-zoning, it keeps costs down for developers as they're coming in to do these projects. They don't have to go through the added time and expense of the applications and going through council. So, I mean, there are a million scenarios where that could be slightly different depending on the context, but the general rule is it keeps costs down,
Okay,
which I think is why the state is making us do it.
all right. That was just something that came up that I wanted to ask. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Good question. All right, any other general questions before we dive into your feedback? All right, well, with that, we'll just start north and work our way down. We'll really try to keep this short because I think I'm supposed to wrap up at 12:25. These are the same slides from last week, so I'm happy to go back and reference anything that we talked about.
I just had a question about the open space on the north of 2230 that is not there currently.
Oh,
And is that just want to make sure I understood where that was. That's the river, right? Where's
That's the entrance to be where you go to picture studio, I believe.
yeah,
That's the
okay.
driveway heading back to the.
So that whole thing is that river section that's,
Yes, that is, well, I think what you see in green is ownership of BYU, and then that's the river that's back around where the edge of the circle.
so that's not currently private? Is that public land?
And the green.
I mean, city?
yeah, the green is city on. Looking at the current
Green is-
zoning, looks like Parks goes to about here, our OSPR zone goes to about here.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
But this should be that same blue with the same parcel connecting down here with public facilities. So I'll double check and make sure we're not
I mean,
stepping on the film studio's toes. I apologize if you missed that.
yeah, it's an incredibly beautiful area. I just don't know. I've always assumed that like the city only owned the entry point where the parking lot is. But I'm all for that green splotch on the on the plan. I was just curious about whether that would involve pretty significant change of zoning from what we currently have there.
I think the idea with this future land use map being slightly different from what's on the ground is that the zone is public facilities, but its use is as green space. So I think we left it as green space on the map just to continue showing the state for context for the area. This is still green. It is still trees. It's still going to be undeveloped. It might not be like public park access, but it still serves a green space function for the larger area.
Those would be where your ownership is public facilities out.
Okay.
Yeah, and it will stay that way. We're not proposing any rezones for that area.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else in 2230 North? Okay, we'll move on to Joaquin then. They're on 700 North, just south of campus. Any thoughts on Joaquin or feedback?
Yes.
Love the Greenway shared use path idea.
That was really popular with residents too. They felt like they wanted some way to be able to get around and didn't feel like the roads were safe. They didn't come up with this solution, but we feel like it's a solution that meets the need that they expressed.
I'm just worried about the stuff south of 500 North. So you've changed that to multiplexes.
That would be VLDR zone approximately is what we're
Yes,
thinking.
and right now it's conservation.
Let me check our current zone. Right now it's VLDR on that north, just south of 500.
So this portion here is VLDR. So that hasn't changed.
Oh, no, sorry, that is the potential future zones.
Yeah.
Of course, that's going to show VLDR.
Yeah.
Look at the current zone, it's RC.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So I would rather that stay, like if they're single family homes, I'd rather it stay single family homes.
They're mostly occupied by students right now,
Yeah,
so,
I know.
okay. Our general policy is changes to a plan requires, if not a full motion, then at least a straw poll of the majority of the council. Are there other councilors that agree with that change?
How many of those properties are actually single family homes as opposed to duplexes or apartments or things? Because, you know, in RC zone, we've got this huge variety of mix. And I don't know that even half of the properties that are in that pale yellow color.
I just want to stay as RC, and then it, you know, they can come to us to change it as it is, but I don't want to just blanketly change it.
We do have an address by address analysis and count for all the single family homes. I don't have all of that information with me here. It's a lot to share and it's a lot to go through. It's more just been on our own as we're prepping. I could try to get you that information for how many roughly are already duplexes.
Like, I think we should stay as true as we can to the Joaquin.
Yeah, it'd be tough to tell how many are rented versus single family without going and pulling rental dwelling licenses, which we could try to do.
Well, and my question isn't whether it's rented to students or anything like that. It's just like, what is the actual structure there? Is it already a duplex? Is it already a triplex or something like that?
That we could find out.
As opposed to just a single family home. Because that's one of the biggest confusions in the RC zone is you'll have two structures next to each other. One's a duplex, one's not, and you don't know by looking at it. And I know like appraisers and everything, they'll look at RC zone like, oh, this is just single family. Or like, oh no, none of those are.
Yeah. I just don't want to upzone north or south of 500. Blanket like that.
Yeah.
What was the neighborhoods? I mean, I know these are the bullet points, but was the neighborhood response positive or negative to those ideas? I thought it was mostly positive, but for the people who, especially the people who are residents there.
Yeah, we didn't get any negative feedback from residents. We didn't take this to a specific meeting for those residents, but we did have that open town hall that was pushed specifically to the districts where these station area plans are. I know, no, they didn't have any concerns about the added density or the shift. My vibe was that they kind of saw that as the current use anyway, so continuing that use going on into the future seemed, I think, to them appropriate.
And there were many Joaquin residents at the open house, because I went to it and said hi to them.
Had been, yeah. I mean, the reason that
Yeah.
the pause I have about change, the reason I like this as opposed to the RC, I think the RC just doesn't send the right signal to future oriented development, to say that because what it ends up doing, I think inadvertently or intentionally, I guess, is preserving structures that are not taking full advantage of the space that's available. This is where we want as much high density as is manageable, and we can create a nice walkable area for the students. And if you end up with blocks of houses that are on larger lots, and they're all being rented anyway, then you have low density in an area but it's not residential. So the RC actually is misleading because it creates a neighborhood that is not residential, at least not in terms of ownership. And so it's more apartment complexes for students, but it's not the ideal structure or kind of housing for students. So I think it's actually hurt us to have that RC signal. And that's what I like about this plan, is because it's sending a signal that, it's a slow transition that's going to occur, but it's sending a signal that to the degree that we want proposals to come to the city for higher density in relative, as you've kind of graded it out, this tells developers very clearly what we're looking for and what we're not looking for. So I think in the longer term, it actually ends up getting us more of what we want than if we just stick with the RC label.
Yep, every land use decision is entirely contextual. So hopefully this map adds some context to what might be lacking in our zones where they're applied citywide. But the decision for the appropriate future land use of this area is ultimately up to the council. So we're okay going however the council directs on this one.
And I have a question. So why not have everything north of Fifth North high density housing?
Yeah, well, it is fairly high density. The idea is to create a bit of a gradient. We don't want a few blocks that are incredibly tall and then you get to 500 and one side of the street is 4 stories and the other side is a 1 story.
So it's the separation.
And walking down that 500 street feels alien. It feels hostile. It doesn't create a good sense of place when such extreme uses are right next to each other. There are some cases where that's what's happened and that's what's okay, but we're trying to avoid it here as much as we can, just by giving a gradient up to the slope of the campus.
So should we take a vote on whether or not to say RC or BLDR?
A question I have first is, and I don't know who might remember going back this far, way back to Mayor Billings, when he introduced the South Campus Area Master Plan for SCAM. And with an attempt to protect some neighborhoods, historic neighborhoods. I don't remember if that designation was 400 north or 500 north.
To my understanding, it's been 500
was
north.
5.
That was respected in Joaquin. This is long going back.
Yeah, it's 5.
Yeah, it was 500 north, and just to give a little context. We paid an intern to spend an entire summer going lot by lot, building by building through all of Joaquin and classifying every building as a single family house or a duplex or an apartment building. We have more fine-grained land use data in Joaquin than anywhere else in the city. And that data drove a lot of decisions that got made in the Joaquin plan. But to answer your question, yeah, 500 north was that fine.
That's why I'm asking for that change.
Well, but Bill, could you elaborate on that though? So would you, you clearly think this is the appropriate way to go. Can you elaborate
Yeah,
on
because
that?
I believe what Hannah just said is correct. It wasn't 500 north, you get higher densities, and then south of 500, it just stays how it is, and you have that big disparity in building height and density. Even south of 500 south allowed for higher density, just not as high as north of 500. 500 north in both senses.
So, I mean, it seems like the problem with the RC zone is in that area has been that it actually hasn't preserved residential neighborhoods.
The problem with
which
the
was the
RC zone in
intent.
that neighborhood is that you have some buildings that are higher density than you would ever expect. The property's been divided so many times, or the building's been divided so many times, that it's high enough density that even if we put the LDR there may be existing properties that are higher than that right now. In fact, I'd be willing to bet there are.
There is, this is an apartment complex.
I mean, there's
I was
just
gonna say
no
that.
more
Right.
desirable place for students to be concentrated than that neighborhood.
Right. The areas that were most appropriate for preserving single family or talked about and identified in Joaquin Park.
Yeah.
But isn't it, wouldn't you make the case that anywhere around the university is that same? It's not like that circle, but it's. I think what you're talking about is actually a band around the university.
Well, in theory, yes, or well, and in practice, but practically, this neighborhood already has the highest density of students anywhere in the ring around the university, with the possible exception of the west side. The east side, not so much, and the north side, not so much. But this is where the vast majority of students are either living, if they're living within a mile of campus, they're living in this area, maybe slightly to the east, where we have some properties on 9th East, and then to the west.
Well, Mr. Christensen is correct in that north of Brick Oven is already zoned for campus residential. So it does loop around to the west like he was just suggesting.
And there are other areas that are pretty commercially dense or that have high traffic roadways, or like the tree streets just east of campus where we're also working to preserve single family homes. So yes, it is a rough band, but it's kind of broken by areas that are more or less easy to access or that already have greater concentrations that are more or less pedestrian friendly. Kind of shifts it, but you're not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Joaquin plan with the existing land use map, and it looks like there are maybe 6 parcels that are listed as single family homes in that area out of like 36 of the parcels that are in that little light tan area. I mean, this is rough because I haven't drawn the thing onto it, but the rest of them are already duplexes, triplexes, and apartments. So making this change would maybe say 6 parcels as that still single family use, but yeah, I don't see the need to make the change for just 6 of these old rundown little houses.
So Hannah, is that the question before us, whether to incorporate that or recommend that be LDR or RC?
That's the question that's been raised by a few
Okay.
counselors, and it's
Would
up to
it
the
be
council to
helpful
answer it.
Then to do a straw poll on that?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a formal motion in this case.
Right. All right. And Counselor Hoban, are you online?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Counselor Hanley, what would you recommend?
I would prefer the proposed
Okay, Counselor.
stationary plan.
Counselor Becky.
Or it's just 6 single family homes and it's probably not, if they're renting to students, it's probably not up to code anyway. I would just go ahead and say, keep it how it is.
Yeah, I would keep it as it is. Looking at this, it's not more than 6 that are still as a single family home.
I'm sorry, just be clear. So when you say more than 6, are you talking about?
No.
No.
Oh, this
No,
light,
it's
just
lower.
just
Down here.
just
Yeah.
this level.
And in the northern area right
Okay.
here.
So are you talking about 6 in these 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah.
So in those 4.
Well,
blocks-
and just this top half of the block, not including this bottom half of the block, because that's not going to get changed.
Yeah, I guess we're doing it both.
Sure, what's your comment?
Here's the challenge. It's kind of like it just grows. And maybe you make a case where it should grow, wherever the density should be. And so instead of saying, now, we used to have a border here, Now it's fourth, then it'll be second, then Center Street, anything north of Center Street. So my concern is that we're actually encouraging development encroachment on these homes. I hear the point about where development should be. And I like the idea of having, I mean, I've always thought of Fifth North as let's draw a line there.
As do the citizens.
So are you expressing preference for an RC for that bottom?
Yeah,
section?
so I don't like the idea of the encroachment. I like the idea of keeping Fifth North as a boundary. Otherwise, there's like no boundary. And
Yeah.
that concerns me as well.
Okay. Counselor McKay?
I like staying with the Joaquin plan and the boundary that we've set is 500 right now.
Okay.
So, but we don't have those.
Personally, I'm fine with the way that that it's drawn currently. And I would be LDR for that portion of the project. Counselor Hoban, are you hearing us?
Councilor Hoban said, I'm okay with Bill's recommendation.
Okay.
What was Bill's recommendation?
That was recommendation.
Okay.
We found this was most consistent with what's currently being used, yeah. The RC zone froze development where it was roughly on the ground in, I think, 2002 when it was put in. So these haven't changed in their use, but this is how the parcels were being used prior to that. So we're just kind of leaning into what was already there. This is, of course, up to council discussion though, with the entire plan. Was there anything else in Joaquin that you wanted to talk about? Okay, we'll move on to Center and University Street stations.
I have the same concerns with everything east of that purple dotted line.
Of 200 East.
So east of 100 East.
I should note that this historic district, I just learned yesterday, is changing for the city. It's going to incorporate more of Joaquin and go all the way to Center. More as a general design historic area is what I've heard. I need to look. Well, I received that information, I thought pretty candidly, but Bill's making a face that makes me worry. Okay.
I'm sure that, go ahead.
I just worry
That's what I've
about
heard at least.
the
if it
south
might
of
be shifted.
500 again.
Yes.
My same concern.
Because that was roughly the same agreement with this South
Yes,
Campus
and with the
area.
line of that purple, like within the purple, south of the,
Is that these two blocks would be a little bit more commercial and higher density
yeah, but
residential.
on the west side, yeah, or east side.
So these ones are white, single family up here.
That's great.
These will be staying single family zoning. We'll leave those as RC. I don't believe we're planning anything for that.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the yellowish you have.
So yeah, the next circle down, Hannah, why aren't those white also?
That is directly on Center Street. This is
then
another
the
one
yellow.
where the zone is, I believe, already RC.
She said this is.
Let's see. Yeah, PO and RC.
Yeah, right where you just parked.
Yes, booger green color. Yeah, that's. West is, it looks like paper.
The first time that word's been.
Yeah, these stay in yellow here.
Yeah.
This was another where we're already seeing these duplexes and uses that we go to the station.
This is how people are already using the land, so zoning to continue for that also allows them to redevelop it. They're not, frozen.
And they can still redevelop it if it's RC, right? We just can be more protective of.
They can't change the density for it. Yeah, they can't add any density within.
Well,
the-
they can bring it into us to do that.
Yep. So same discussion, same points,
Yeah, same
just
thing.
a different place.
Yep.
We want to vote on that as well?
Could you clarify, are you recommending personally that the yellow be RC?
I want the yellow to stay RC and those ones to stay RC.
So,
This would go to white.
okay, but then up above that too, Hannah?
Yep, and the,
This is that borderline. Oh, so these here.
No,
oh, you're saying the.
These are already white. These are already.
Draw on that, please.
Oh, yes, I forget that I can. I only ever do it by accident. It's gonna be fun.
No, I mean the ones that Becky pointed out.
bright yellow, right
These
there.
on 100 East.
Uh-huh. Are you
These
saying
all
the,
100. This is two. So here's
is that
this-
the boundary 200? I didn't know that.
Yeah, here's the rough line in sand area.
I thought it was 100.
Oh, no, it's 200.
And we were
Okay.
really upfront with the state, even with getting our grant funding or
All right.
with this, that there were some lines we were gonna have single family beyond that, and they were.
Yeah, so I guess it's just those ones, yeah.
Code is just.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting, just so I'm clear, thank you. It's helpful to see the
Of course,
line.
yeah.
So you're suggesting that anything, yeah, there would not be, or you're saying let's include that portion in this plan?
Currently, our plan proposes that those would be VLDR, so still allowing for single homes, but also allowing for up to duplex and some very low infill density. I think what Councillor McKay is proposing is a vote to make those stay single family residential zoning.
200 would actually be the borderline.
Yes,
So we would treat this portion along Center Street as we treated the others.
Yeah.
And make it
white, single family,
RC,
RC zone, leave the zone, not change it.
is that correct?
Okay, we can,
I'm looking at the one that's between 200 and 300 east and just north of Center Street. So the topmost in your little, no.
Oh, 200-300 east. They just
Yes.
north of Center Street.
So just that little chunk right there.
Mhm.
So looking at that on the Joaquin map, there are only 2 single family homes in that little section. The rest are commercial, institutional, civic, apartments, triplex, and duplex.
You know what? I don't care if there's one home, like for me, it's the principle of it. That's
Yeah,
just
okay.
my.
This is the PO zone, by the way, the small section along Center Street. Up until this lot. This PO, this is where we're discussing the quarters. Right here.
Yeah.
So they're already PO.
It's already PO.
Yeah.
What
There's
is PO?
banks and other things in there as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so this is an
Alright,
office zone that
So
already
the
has.
homes
single
that
family.
are there are non-conforming uses.
Okay, so the single family home can be changed anytime anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that doesn't matter. Thanks for looking at it, Hannah.
Of course.
Yeah, and I mean, these are really good questions that we're asking, and I'm glad that the design team had actually looked at the Joaquin map and this area where it's showing these are already brown, these are already this higher density. And so I don't know, it just makes it actually more conforming to what's actually there now and less confusing than we had with the RC zone.
One question is, I mean, if this negotiation was done, nothing south of Fifth North, how did we get an apartment complex there?
Like Bill said, it wasn't a hard line in the sand that thenceforth shall only be single family homes. It was that we wouldn't see the same kind of high density student developments we're seeing right next to campus. So it was a rough gradient was my understanding of the original. And 500 does still serve as a buffer street, that area, but the north and south are kind of a neutral zone where we're transitioning from the higher densities to the north to the single family in the south, which means that that southern side of the street would still be part of that transition area as we're getting into lower densities. So that's how it got some really low density like duplexes, I think. And that apartment complex that's there is pretty small. I think it's 1.5 stories above ground or something like that. A lot of trees. It's still fairly innocuous visually with the landscape.
Thanks.
This is before my time, but that's my understanding.
we have about 5 minutes.
Great, then let's head on to the biggest area. Can you get rid of those marks? Thank you so much. All right. In the front runner area, what are your thoughts? Yeah, any zoning there, just to clarify for those who weren't part of the earlier discussion. Any shift to zoning would just make these grandfathered non-conforming uses. It wouldn't force anyone out immediately. These mobile homes tend to redevelop very, very slowly. They tend to be very stable land uses. But it's just saying that should this mobile home hit the point where the owners want to sell or they want to redevelop, that this would be the most appropriate land use to see going in to bring in a little bit more density that hopefully would still provide some affordable housing.
Relocation. To one kind of RDA code. Before we get this done or shortly after, so that it's not hot, it's some kind of transition where. If the council decides that we need some help with these people relocating. That's done, so it's just not. You know what I'm talking about?
So do we do that in any other place in the city?
Relocation? That was something that was done with, Salt Lake when we came with that plan. I think it was specifically for mobile home parks, wasn't it?
'Cause it seems like we've either come up with a policy that said anyone who's living in something, percentage of AMI or something like that, we provide relocation. Or we don't. To do it for like a particular spot seems like, why aren't you taking the same consideration? in Other parts of the city?
I don't have a problem with that. I just know that people, I'm going to assume that people that live in these mobile home parks have a really low income. And a really high chance of being homeless. If something isn't done to help that, not to mention the cost to dispose of really, really old trailers.
This is where we've really tried to be sensitive to this as well. This came up a lot in our technical advisory committee. We had a lot of discussions on this, and we want to make sure that we're not gentrifying this area or anything like that. We wouldn't impose any sort of policy that would kick these residents out because these are Provo residents. One thing that came up in our earlier discussion is if the council would like, we'd be happy to add a redevelopment goal in this area to explore the possible creation of relocation assistance programs. For, it could be residents in this area, it could be generally citywide. If this is a policy the council would like to pursue, the council could give that directive through the vehicle of this plan in the goals. I don't know that it's a policy that we'd be able to get on the ground before the plan is done, because the plan has a deadline. And this is a very sensitive policy that I think we should give the appropriate time to develop.
Michael?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick point of clarification about the RDA relocation policies that Councilor Bogdan has been speaking to. Regarding the recent memo that went out referencing the Salt Lake City RDA, those relocation policies are only related to RDA projects that will be causing displacement of residents, and it's Salt Lake City will only give RDA funding to developers if they're going to pay to relocate the residents. If the RDA itself is doing eminent domain, then it's the city's responsibility to do the relocation. I believe that the zoning proposal for this would just be a, well, this proposal doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be an RDA activity. It could be a private developer, whereas our RDA relocation policy wouldn't have any effect.
It's a helpful clarification. Thank you, Michael. And is this the last section?
This is, yes, so we can wrap up.
Okay. Any other questions for Hannah? This has been very helpful, Hannah, to run through this again with additional insights has been very helpful today.
Right. Next time you see it will be a full draft that we'll bring to a study session, and then 2 weeks you'll see it again at the final meeting. We'll try to
Great.
stagger them so you're not trying to look at all four at the same time next
Great.
time. We'll do 2 in each set. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Justin and staff for those
Yes.
maps.
Yes, thank
Pretty
you.
helpful.
We'll now take a,
By the way.
I think it's just these monitors, no shade on council, it looks fine on my screen.
No, I mean, the maps too, like the gradient that was used is just nice choices.
we'll now take a 10-minute recess, so we'll reconvene at 12:50.
Right.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is a discussion regarding reimagining code enforcement and civil fines. That will be presented by the zoning administrator, Scott.
Thank you. Appreciate this time to be able to come and talk to you. A lot of conversations have been had among us about reimagining code enforcement. So what I wanted to do today is come and talk about some of the things since I became the zoning administrator, things that we've been doing to try to improve code enforcement in the city, as well as some things that we have in process now. And at the end, there's also, I want to talk a little bit about the civil fines that our code allows for, and a proposal that I'm drafting to bring to you. I want to just get a little bit of feedback before I bring you the actual draft, to see if what my thoughts are in alignment with what you'd like to see in regards to the civil fines that the city can impose. So I know we get into a lot of conversations and a lot of weeds of different things, so that we can get to the civil fines at the end of this presentation. I'm just going to ask to try to limit questions and tangent conversations about details in this presentation until afterwards. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I really do want to get to the civil fines discussion. So first of all, ever since I became a code enforcement officer, there have been a lot of narratives that I've heard that are negative about code enforcement in general. Code enforcement is a joke. Code enforcement never does anything. It takes forever for them to do things. I submit complaints and I never hear anything about anything, and nothing ever seems to be done. Those are some things that I was coming into this position as a zoning administrator hoping to improve and fix. And based on conversations we've had even recently, I see that we still need improvements in that. So I'm continuing to work on improving a lot of those aspects. Some things that I've done since I started as a zoning administrator is have regular, consistent follow-up meetings with my staff, meaning once a week we get together to talk about cases that are older in the system to make sure that they're being pushed along through the process. Throughout the years, code enforcement has not been a division that has been consistently staffed with the same staffing. There's a lot of turnover. It's a very difficult, thankless job, and it's been not uncommon for 6 or fewer months an employee decides, I'm done, I'm out. Currently, our staff, the fewest amount of time that somebody has been there with our current staff is 1.5 years. So having that consistency of staff has been a big help to be able to work through these cases and have an understanding of their neighborhoods and their areas, so that when complaints come in, they can go, oh yeah, I remember that property. I went by it this other day. I'll go by it again. Also, with the turnover, cases get transferred from one code officer to another code officer because we're trying to get a new hire put in and trained and up to speed. And then caseload gets doubled because we're trying to cover for a staff member that decided to quit. And that's caused a lot of, or that's contributed to a lot of older cases being left unattended for what seemed to a lot of people years. And so when I came in as the zoning administrator, that was one of my most top priorities, was to focus on those older cases to make sure they get pushed through the system. We've been having those meetings on a weekly basis to make sure that those cases are being moved along. I'm retooling that meeting now to focus more on the ADU enforcement, which is something you as a council has asked us to focus on. And so now that we've overall I've seen an improvement in the timeline of cases being processed through the system, we're getting to a point where we're working a little bit more closely to when the complaint comes in. Not happy yet that we're out there the same day on a majority, well, on some of the cases, but we're getting to a point where we're much more efficient with our time, and our caseload is actually coming down because we're being more efficient getting our cases completed in a more timely manner. I also do one-on-one meetings with each of my staff members on a regular basis, about once a month, 1 to 2 times, or once a month, once every other month is about how often I meet with them on a one-on-one, just to make sure that they're doing okay, seeing what they're needing, seeing what they're frustrated with, and what things that I as their supervisor can really do to help them in their job. I've set higher expectations. When I was a code officer, the expectation was, here's your caseload, work it. I've talked multiple times about contacting complainants, especially initially to let them know, hey, I got your complaint, I'm going to be working on it. We're working through being more communicative throughout the process, with the understanding that while it's an open investigation, there's a limited amount of information that we can really provide. We don't want to create situations where city members are getting their hands involved into an investigation that causes it so that we're not being trusted by the others, the ones that we're enforcing on, or the ones that we're trying to talk to investigate. That really frustrates us when we get citizens involved in investigations that thwart our efforts to investigate.
At least there are only a few people who do that.
There are only a few, but
They're persistent.
it's enough of an issue that it needs to be said. Case progression timelines. This is something we're continuing to work on. Getting out and investigating early on when the complaint comes in, as well as following the case through the process. I'll talk in a little bit about a little more how we work with Brian and his team on the legal side and shoring up those timelines with everything to make it a much smoother process and a more condensed process. So that it's not taking, there are fewer unnecessary delays in the process. Coordinating, I guess that was the next bullet point. Ongoing reporting to the administration and the council, coming here and reporting to you on ADUs. I provide regular monthly updates, which I've got a couple, the January and February should be out to you here soon, to keep you updated on what's going on, so you have an idea of the amount of work that's being done by the code enforcement team. Things that we're working on now that are kind of in process. We've talked in here a couple times about looking at the county data and comparing it with city data to be able to find potential illegal rentals or ADUs. We're still going through that data. The way that our system reports data on rentals has some issues that we're working through to be able to compare it with the county data, but that's in process. We're working that. As soon as we can get a good idea of what properties may be rentals, we're going to blast them all with a letter saying, look, we think you're a rental, you need a rental license, here's how to apply. I've got an RFP that's going to be going out. I believe our new system for RFPs will be going live next month, so that should be going out with that when that starts. Budget line, property cleanup. So I'm sorry, Scott. Yeah.
The long-term data rental data.
Right.
Just over. So what is that?
So we've talked about in here about doing data scraping for long-term rentals.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. IS, for legal reasons, hates the term data scraping. There's concern with using that terminology, and yeah, so data gathering is the term that we've used in that. So yeah, long-term rental data gathering, I guess that would have been more helpful to put.
So you're in the process now of actually putting out that.
Yeah, so it's drafted. I've had IS review it. I've had Anna from legal review it. I know there's a couple more steps in the process before it can be submitted, and we've got a new system that the city is using for submitting RFPs out to the ether of potential contractors. So yes, it's drafted, ready to go, pending a couple minor approval steps.
I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott. So how many apartments or that are rented out or ADUs also end up being used as short-term rentals? Could you use the Granicus short-term rental list to also do some of this with your data review?
We certainly could. Most of what we're finding through the Granicus are short-term rentals that are not legal short-term rentals. And so
Can we send them a letter saying, hey, you need a short-term rental license? And then when they apply for it, say, oh, you don't qualify for that, and then enforce on them?
so here's a fun point. The county
Is that
actually did that
entrapment?
recently.
Oh, yeah.
The county recently sent something out to a lot of properties that they saw were potentially being used as short-term rentals to be able to collect the tax revenue for that use. And they pointed them to us to get their license and everything in order. And when they reached out to us, we let them know you can't do that. And here's what you need to do to stop. You're not going to get a license from us, at least not for that use. So.
Stop doing it that we are forcing on it without penalty.
So what a lot of
Violators that we can keep a close eye on.
right, so having when we find somebody has violated that and we notify them, you can't do that anymore. We make sure we have communication that they've agreed, they understand, they've agreed, they've stopped. They're no longer going to use it as short-term rental. If they ever use it again, then we've got processes in place that we're gonna talk about.
So are we checking back in a month on all those properties to see if they're listed anywhere on short-term rental sites?
We're not actively checking, but the data scraping process software that we have for the short-term rentals does gather that. And if we see it, yeah, we're going right back after it.
So we have a process in place to make sure it's being checked up on.
Yeah. Right. Budget line property cleanup. So in the past, my division has had a line item for some funds to allow for property cleanups for vacant properties. We had a few big projects over the past couple of years that depleted that. I put in a supplemental request asking for some funds to be able to have some funds again to do that, so that when we have, the little property that has weeds that we can't get a hold of anybody, we don't know who the LLC owner is, we can go and contract with somebody to do the work and then put a lien on the property to get the money back for the work that's done. And so that's another, small things. A lot of these are just small things that all add up to the bigger picture of trying to enforce on the variety of issues throughout the city. Infield printers. My staff now has a couple of printers that they can take out into the field with them, that they can use in the car. So when they're going around, especially in the spring times that's coming up with landscaping, if they see issues, they can print out a notice of violation and go and tape it on the door, or go knock on the door and hand it to the person. So there's not additional time having to come back to the office, make sure we got everything and send it back out. They can just do it right there. Trying to help be more efficient with our time. Body cameras, we're in the process of purchasing body cameras for my staff so that there are fewer times where they'll have to go out in pairs so they can be more efficient with their time. Public education is another thing that I have really wanting to do this year. Going to the neighborhood meetings with each code enforcement officer that's over that neighborhood district to talk about, here's our process. Here's why sometimes you don't hear back from us for a little while, or here's why some of the details that you're looking for, we aren't providing, but here's the process. And if you want to get some information, here's what you'll need to do to get that information.
So Scott, neighborhood meetings, do you mean the district?
The district meetings, yes. Yeah,
I think that would be a great idea.
Yeah. So that's, and I've talked with Rachel about doing that, and we're working on getting on the schedule later this year to be participating in those. I know the city has a great digital media outreach. Each department has a public information officer. I'm going to be working with ours to come up with ways that we can reach out to the community through digital media to let them know various issues or concerns that constantly come up so that more people may be aware. And then civil fines. Historically, the narrative in the city is that we can't collect on civil fines. And that historically has been correct, but I found recently that we actually, the city has contracted with the company, the finance department does do collections now. They've contracted the company to do collections. So we do have a method of collecting fines. And so I've been looking at and implemented in February the process to start charging civil fines. Specifically looking at the bad actors, the ones that are more difficult, not willing to comply within reasonable timeframes, or repeat offenders. Those are what we're focusing on now, just as a test to make sure that we understand the process and are doing it right and are able to follow through with what we think the process should be. So civil fees, aka daily fines. So in our code, Title 17 goes through all of what's allowed and what's required for us to be able to charge civil fines. It outlines the process. It talks about criminal and civil penalties. And it does outline the appeal process. If somebody wants to appeal our notice of violation or any part of that enforcement process. And it also sets guidelines for what those daily charges would be. I don't think since that section of code was adopted, it has ever been touched by the city council. And so I would like to propose in the near future with your support, an increase in those fines. I'm going to skip a couple, do you want to talk a little more about process or go ahead and skip forward to talking about fines? Okay.
I have a question about
Okay,
the fines.
I've talked a lot about process. So.
Okay, so Brian, are we at liberty to increase fines? Because I know that's something that we try to do through the House that kind of shut us back because we didn't do daily fines.
Yeah, we certainly can. I mean, the problem is, you actually have a fine slide up. I think we can increase from that.
Yeah, so this is what the current code says.
Yeah, we can go up to $1,000. It's 30.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, most of our fines, our daily fines are currently $30 a day. Up to a maximum of $1,200.
why did we do this a year ago?
Why didn't we do it a year ago?
I just want
Our understanding was that the city didn't have a way of collecting. So if we charge the fines and somebody says, well, forget you, we're nowhere.
Well, eventually, so. And the institutional history here, which predates even me coming, right? Way old, back when the dinosaurs were eating dirt, right? And I was told this, Scott mentioned in a meeting this morning, he was told the same thing when he came on. I was told this when I came on, that the city used to use civil fines as their enforcement method, which is why this section exists. And switched to using criminal penalties because they would send out the notices, people would ignore them, and the city didn't have the staff or the procedure to actually do anything with it. So they never collected any money and nobody ever came into compliance. But there's an established process for doing criminal stuff. We do that every, police and my office do that stuff every day, every week. So we've got a process in place. And frankly, I still think that process works pretty well for 90+% of the cases. But it doesn't exactly, and that's exactly what Scott's going to talk about. We want to do both, but it doesn't work well for certain cases. But we weren't, because we had this kind of historical perspective that civil fines don't work. We weren't doing it until you asked us to reimagine code enforcement, so we're reimagining it, right? So we sat down and said, well, is there some way that we can make it work? And Scott, to answer your question about what changed is what Scott mentioned a few minutes ago, which is he talked to finance and they said, we have a procedure for collecting.
Yeah, and that opened the doors. Now we've implemented using this in our process, and I'm going to jump back a little bit so you understand procedural wise. So process wise, we go through the criminal process. And right now our plan is, and what we're doing is, once we verify that they're still not in compliance and we're ready to send the charges into court, we're also going to start the civil fine process. We're going to be opening a new case and starting a civil fine process so that those people that are not coming into compliance throughout our standard criminal process now will start to accrue daily fines.
Criminal process, and they
Correct.
will be accruing daily fines.
Correct.
Love it.
Double jeopardy, does that come in play here? Because I mean, you're doing criminal and civil.
Well, yeah, we talked about that this morning too. Not really, because we're not intending to, at least when Scott and I talked about this morning, we're not necessarily intending. If we go out and we find a violation tomorrow, we're not necessarily intending to say the next day, start daily fines and file criminal charges at the same time, right? But we go out and we file a violation tomorrow. We start the criminal process. If by the time the criminal process has been going on for a few weeks, they're not in the process, they're not coming into compliance, we start the civil process too. But the civil process is technically for a different violation. The civil process is for the violation on the day we start it, not the violation that existed the day we started the criminal. Does that make sense? So if somebody, I guess another point just to make clear is, if somebody is, for instance, violating owner occupancy rules, or they're renting without a rental dwelling license from January 1st to July 30th, okay? That's 210 violations, not one violation. And so as long as we are pursuing criminal sanctions and civil sanctions for a different one of those 210 violations, that's not an issue. Does that make sense?
One is Thursday, February 11th, and the other one's Friday,
Right.
March 12th.
Right.
Yeah. All right, so here's some context from other cities around the civil fines that they do. They're kind of all across the board of various processes and amounts that they charge. Like we saw, our code currently has a very lengthy list of different violations, and here's the different fines it'll be, and up to a certain max. And if it's not a specific code that's listed here, the violation is, or the fee is $30 a day up to only a maximum of $600.
See, I'm all for copying Linden.
Well, here's my proposal. Basically, any violation of city code, once we provide sufficient notice and they have not complied, we start charging $100 a day from day 1 to day 30. If they're still not in compliance, from day 31 to day 60, we charge, that increases to $250 a day. And if they still are not in compliance after day 60, then we increase it to $500 a day without a maximum. I don't understand the concept of, hey, you're still in violation, but you've reached your maximum, so we're going to stop charging.
So what do you do if, like, with this whole short-term rental thing, right? So say they're not in compliance for a week, but then they go into, they don't do it for, 2 weeks, but then they do it again for a week.
Yeah, the details of that is going to be very much depending upon the situation. So in that specific scenario, if they've,
Like, we write particular legislation for something like a short-term rental, where it is gonna be, they're always gonna have those breaks, so that it's still, like, they need to be in compliance for a year or something.
yeah, and
before
we
the-
talked in our meeting this morning, there was a little bit of discussion about potentially doing, okay, if they come into compliance and then they do it again, do we start at a different point?
Yeah, Scott and I talked about this in the meeting we had this morning. I wish I had that example had occurred to me in the meeting, because there were some other people present in the meeting. One of the questions was, do we still need another shot at this bill? that actually would have been the perfect example for why. Because apparently at least two senators in the committee, in the Senate committee, that their opposition to the bill that Representative Shepherd ran was, you can fix all of this with daily fines. And I didn't ever feel confident that that was the case, but I hadn't come up with a good example. And that's the perfect example of something that daily fines won't work in the way that these particular objections were describing them as working.
Unless you could say something like, you know, unless you've been clear for a year, they don't reset, you know? So like.
Well, and it's all about a matter of complexity, right? I mean, I agree. So I guess, you know, as a personal opinion, I agree with Scott that the table we have right now is too complex. But we talked in the meeting this morning about whether the council might end up feeling like this model is too simple, right? There's two ways that you could make this more complex. One is, and simple is great if we can stay with that, but a couple of ways you could expand it would be, these are the starting points for first offenses, but there's different starting points for second and third offenses, right?
Yeah.
So that's one way to expand it. The other way you could expand it is, not all violations are equal. You could have, I do think that the list in this chart is probably too many, but you could have 2 or 3 tiers, right? Now you'd have to go through, that requires some decision making, because you'd have to go through and decide every single violation that belongs to every tier. But for example, short-term rentals could have a different starting point.
And over occupancy are like 2 biggest issues.
Because we can go up to $1,000 a day.
Why not just create a second column and say second violation starts at 250, 500, and 1,000?
We can certainly do that.
Good.
And then
Yeah.
would that max out be for one particular fine? Because it looks like you could have somebody who's in violation of Title 6 and 14 at the same time. So could they be getting 2 sets of fines?
Yeah.
Simultaneously?
Yeah, so the idea is that this would be for each individual charge. So if they're over occupied and operating the illegal ADU and they don't have their landscape up to, you know, if they just let everything die and it's dead and nothing's there and it's just dirt blowing all over the place, those would be 3 different violations. Each of those violations would be $100 a day.
But I think your question might have been slightly different, which was another thing that we talked about this morning, which is, if your first violation is for weeds and your next violation is for over occupancy, does your over occupancy violation that's 6 months later, does it start at 250 or does it start at 100? And that's all up to you and what you decide. We can do it either way. We can do it so that if we add another column that is second offense starting rates, it's up to you to decide, is it any second offense or is it a second offense of the same violation?
There's also keeping track of, is it the same owner? Like, it's the same LLC own 10 of these places. It's in our system getting constant violations.
Then they could just convey it to another LLC to drop it back down on the chart.
Can I'm sorry if I missed this, but help me understand, what's always worried me is students who are not aware of city code at all, and the landlord knowingly over occupies the unit. Students don't know that they're in violation. And then if we cite them and we start charging, and we're charging the landlord, right? But the landlord says, hey, I didn't know that my apartment was over occupied. How do we know how to handle a situation like that? I mean, if there's just denial on both sides, that the occupants say they don't know anything, and the landlord says, look, I can't be held responsible for the fact that somebody brought in their best friend to share the room with them. That's on them. So
my response, we've had things like that happen before, and my response is, you're the property owner, you're responsible to know what's going on in your property. And if it's in violation, and if your tenant is the one that's creating the violation, then you need to have a conversation with your tenant about the contract that you have with them.
So I just want to make sure that we're always going after the landlord.
Well, always.
And unless there's clear and convincing evidence presented to us that the landlord absolutely has nothing to do with it, and it's absolutely the tenant that's being the one creating the violation.
Okay.
We have the ability, so the,
Which seems appropriate. I
yeah,
just don't want
the
it
way
to
it's
start
addressed
with,
in the
you know,
code is any responsible person.
Right.
So it could be a landlord, it could be a tenant, it could be a property manager, it could be, anyone involved in what's creating the violation or what's causing the violation to occur.
As another example of that, the disclosure agreement, right, the rental disclosure agreement. The obligation is legally on both the landlord and the tenant to have it, but we've said many times in these meetings, our goal is to only prosecute landlords for that, but we might prosecute a tenant if the tenant is intentionally obfuscating who the landlord is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
can
we have,
certainly imagine that's possible. I don't mean to,
we have an instance right now where we're dealing with that. We have a property that's owned by an LLC that we have no way, we have no understanding of the details of who actually owns the LLC. It's managed by a property management company that's done solely online. The tenants just pay their fees online to that management company, and they don't see
probably
anybody.
AI at this point, right?
It's a fairly well-known online management company, but we don't have any way of knowing who at that company to contact to get any information to do anything. So I've talked to my staff about going and talking to the tenants and saying, look, this is on you as well. You don't have your disclosure documents. We can come after you if you have no way of getting this information or helping us out. If you're not willing to provide any information.
That sounds perfectly appropriate.
We can come after you as well.
Yeah, okay.
And then that might get them to go, oh.
For a property management company like that we can't reach, do they have to have a business license and contact information in order to operate within the city?
Well, they do, but enforcing that law runs into the same problem. We can't, so you're right, they're violating two laws, but enforcing both of them runs into the same problem. We have to have somebody to prosecute for not having a business license as, right? So it's the exact same problem that we run into. So it's illegal, but who do we enforce the illegality? We're probably wrong. So I'll say another time.
Right, so from conversation, I'll just maybe summarize what I'm hearing and see if that's what the consensus is with the council. You're okay with this? Maybe build into a second offense. It starts higher, third offense, and clearly define what those are. And then maybe on the short-term rental specifically have something there. I know in the code currently, the Public Works has a separate section that they use for enforcement, that it's just a single charge for grading without a permit. Potentially we can build that in.
A lot of the bad actors are the same people, they're the same property management companies, they're the same landlords, they're the same developers. So make this painful, it will stop. Like I do believe we'll have a dramatic dip. Such will improve the quality of life for all the residents. It will improve housing prices. It'll improve rent. Like I do think in the long term, there will be general benefit for everyone. Except investors.
So we've had two properties already that just the threat of civil fines made the property owner go, oh, whoa. One was over occupancy that we thought was going to take a while, and I came back over a weekend and I was told they vacated all the tenants.
Right.
And the other one is a junk house that has been a habitual junk house that got cleaned up. We said, all right, we're going to start charging you daily. Oh, okay, I'll clean it up.
Right.
So it seems to be, at least at the small scale that we're seeing now, causing some adjustment in how people are reacting to us. And the way it's written in code, if we see it down the road that this is the primary method of enforcement, we may shift to it. But for now, we're just adding it in as an enhancement in our enforcement process
I like
to add
both.
pressure,
Yeah.
to add additional pressure to people, to make sure that they understand Provo means business.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of revisiting that entire table one of civil fines and updating it. I also would like for whoever's administering or enforcing this to have discretion. So like, I don't know, somebody dies and the heirs have this property and they're getting cited for the junk and everything, you know, because you've been good about working with them, helping them know how. And I would assume that as long as they're trying to work with you, that you're not imposing the fines.
Absolutely, within reason, we
Yeah.
absolutely continue to work with people. If they're in good faith, showing effort to come into compliance, we work with them.
Perfect.
And yeah, the code does absolutely give us discretion as to whether to even send a notice of violation. So it's
Good.
and along the whole process, we have discretion.
Do you need a motion to direct you to look at that entire table, or are you already doing that?
I already have it drafted.
Perfect.
I just need to make some adjustments based on hearing the desires of second offense, third offense, increasing the starting point.
Any other questions for Scott on this item? Councilor Christian?
On this slide or just his presentation?
On this presentation, because he's gonna.
This
stay up
is
there
the end of
for
this
another- yeah.
presentation.
I would just say, I'm so glad RFP is going on and, wow, I can see that done faster. This seems, we're heading the right direction and love to see that moving faster.
Yeah, my intention was to get it out faster, but as I was finalizing the draft, I found out that the city was adjusting systems that the RFPs go through, so.
Councilor Bogdan?
I know you feel beat up on Scott. You probably should because we've been really drilling down on this.
I'm
But
getting
what,
thicker skin.
I hope so. I want you to know that I don't think any of us really hate you and your team.
We don't really hate you.
No, we don't hate you. And what I find is, we don't hate you at all, Scott, we don't. But what I find really, really encouraging about the whole presentation, and I want to applaud you for it, is that your code enforcement team is very strong. And they really do deserve a lot of kudos. And they've been there for such a long time, but there's got to be something working right within your department for you to keep those people and the turnover not to be so high. So I don't want to be mean. I want to just applaud you for something instead of coming here and you're just like, oh gosh, this council, they're going to beat up on me again. I do see that there is a lot of positive coming from this. And I appreciate that.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, way to start that conversation.
Well, you got to tear him down to build him back up.
All right, on to the next topic.
Well, thank you very much, Scott. Let me go ahead and read in the
Okay,
next
I'll let you.
presentation. Now, a monthly report regarding ADU enforcement for the month of February, also by Scott Johnson.
All right, and time wise, what do we have?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll go quick then. Okay, so update on enforcement over ADUs. So I'm just gonna keep following through with the outstanding cases from each month to let you know where things are moving, how things are going along in the process. The cases that were still unresolved from 2024 throughout the month of February. This is just kind of a list of where they are in the process and what's been going on. You'll see 9 of them we've been able to get closed and resolved. One of them specifically I wanted to mention, the disclosure documents were very helpful in this case. We had a property that we had knocked on multiple times and not gotten any answer at the door. We contacted the property owner and said, hey, I need a copy of your disclosure documents. And we continued knocking and we were able to finally contact the tenants. And we found that the tenants' names matched the disclosure documents. So we were able to verify that there actually is no over occupancy, there's no violation. And having those disclosure documents were able to help us investigate and truly see that that there was no violation there. And had we seen something different, we absolutely would have gone forward with our enforcement on that. So yeah, there's a myriad of steps through the process. Many of the cases are undergoing. I'm gonna be having, like I said in my last presentation, my weekly meeting to talk about old cases is being refocused to look at ADU cases, and we're going to be focusing very much on those 7 cases that are still outstanding that are under investigation to see what's needed to be able to move that along. Because these are now at least more than 3 months old. They should be finished with their investigation in my eyes. And so we'll be making sure that that's not the case next month. Cases that were opened in January, I believe. Yeah, so in January through activities that were done in February, 4 cases open in January. That was a mouthful to get out. My apologies. So again, seven of those cases are still under investigation. 2 of them have started into the legal process. 5 of those cases were able to get closes resolved. A number of these cases that are being closed because the owner has been notified that they need to get a rental dwelling license. And depending upon the situation, a lot of them aren't meeting the ADU requirements, but they're still renting. And so we've worked with them to make sure that they reduce the occupancy and get their license approved. And these are a number of these that have been closed through the month of February were because their license has gone through that process. We're able to verify that the occupancy was reduced and approve their rental license as a single family dwelling.
So it came up earlier, but I do think it would be useful if you can put in your work closing process to just check back on these properties in 3 or 6 months or something to make sure that they're still in compliance.
Yeah, that's something we've talked a little bit about with the licensing renewal process. That would be more of an annual thing.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree it'd be nice to have something built into the process that we can keep a little bit closer eye on these. With all of the efficiency that we've built into our process and working with my staff.
I think it should be followed up more like 3 months.
I definitely think we're getting a little more bandwidth where we might be able to do that. But then again, we've got other projects that are kind of filling in that bandwidth. So it's going to be a juggling act to figure out how to efficiently do that. But I agree. I think it'd be good to keep an eye on things a little more closely as much as we can.
Well, and one of the favorite things on like any reality TV show or something is like the update a year or so later, like this is what we did and here's where they are now. So I think that would be kind of a fun thing, like, just
Violators. Where are they today?
where are they now? How is this property being used now?
Hey, I think we're finding a new revenue stream for this.
We'll add there.
Yeah, but I understand.
All right, we're short on time. So we won't digress too much into that. ADU cases, so we didn't get many new complaints. We did get one code officer open a case based on their outgoing investigation into things that they saw. 3, so yeah, as a total, we only got 4 new cases that were directly related to ADUs in February. And so we'll be working those along with all the rest. Here's just kind of an update. So far in 2025, all of the cases by neighborhood where they are located. And then overall with ADU licenses, which neighborhoods those have come in. We only received 1 new one in February, and it was in this neighborhood of Provost, which is not an ADU area. We actually found out that the property is a legal non-conforming duplex, so we're worked with them to get the license updated to the proper one for them to rent the way that they're doing within the legal bounds. So that's it. Any other questions?
Councilor Christensen.
I have a question. I would suggest that the council, we've asked Scott to make this report each month. I'd suggest that we not ask him to make this report each month.
and that he spent his time on high leverage things. We're talking about onesie twosies. It might be interesting. If anyone has information, you could double click on that.
Why don't we have them email to us like we?
Yeah, I can email would be fine, or things you've already got, but I'd suggest, instead of having you do this, I'd love to hear about the reimagination things, the fines, the higher leverage things. And I know that we asked him to do this. I'd like to suggest that we stop.
Say, good job, buddy, you did it.
Yeah.
Are those
So,
okay with that? Does that sound good?
I think just like a monthly report would be great.
Or even, well, this is monthly. You mean quarterly?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Email report or quarterly report?
Or you mean
Email
email?
report,
On
like
email.
the emailed.
I think just email.
Right now, we're getting it like twice a month. Aren't we? Oh, okay.
So are you also proposing that he comes back once a month with updates on how the strategies are working?
On software, those kinds of things, those are higher leverage.
Will we want him to come here or just go ahead and send another email?
I think that they come here because, I think we got things to take care of, and maybe at some point we'll say, we can stop that too, but this is not worth his time, preparing it and our time going through it. This portion of it, in terms of the ADU violations.
And so would you say the ADU, because I do like some sort of report, but maybe that report should be email and should only be quarterly or something like that, reduce the frequency? Because preparing the report, I think, is probably about as much work as preparing this presentation.
Yeah.
So if we want to reduce that time burden on him, we should reduce the frequency.
Yeah.
You think quarterly is
I think
good?
that would be great.
Okay.
Any other feedback on that? Are people fine with that generally? It sounds like there's consensus, Scott, to go ahead and to go move in that direction.
We can now check that part off.
Absolutely.
But I do like your idea that we keep him kind of in the hot seat. But also, like, today he
Becky
was
said you
able
didn't
to.
hate me.
He was able to tell us what he needs us to do so that he can do his job better. So keeping it as an open dialogue is really useful, and I appreciate it.
So on that note, some of the things he said are going to appear in the budget presentation. We'll be making you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying these things cost money?
Scott, I have a question relative to some of the complexity I see in these reports. I saw, and I know some neighborhoods are more vigilant in this process than others. And I saw an email either this morning or yesterday from the Pleasant View neighborhood relative, I think it was the home at 415 North, rather East Stadium Avenue. And the staff member reported that an issue had been resolved.
Right.
And the neighborhood chair then raised all these issues relative to title transfer and relatives and I started to get lost.
Former chair.
Former chair.
Yeah, former chair.
Do we have the ability to at that level where they start to dig into legalities? Do you
So
counsel with legal
that's-
team or?
Yeah, I've read the email. I'm familiar with the email you're talking about. Some of the things in there, I disagree with the analysis.
Okay.
On the code.
Okay.
As for the legality of the ownership, we're gonna have to talk with legal to see if what is being claimed is accurate. And if it rises to the level of a sham transaction, which is the claim. My initial look at it could be a sham transaction in the future, but it doesn't, in my view, rise to the level of a sham transaction at this point.
Okay, but you do have the access to the expertise to.
Absolutely, yeah. Brian's team's been great to work with us on looking into things like that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Scott?
So-
Do we need to do a motion, Justin, to change the frequency and nature of these reports?
I think if you would like to request Scott to come back for kind of monthly updates on this reimagining code enforcement update. A motion requesting that would be helpful, just to kind of formalize that, as well as requesting quarterly, what are we gonna call these?
The email.
Quarterly written reports on ADUs.
I think
Would someone like to make that motion then?
Yeah.
I'd love to make that motion.
Okay, Counselor Christensen with a second.
Make a motion that we no longer have staff report on the ADU violations in the work meeting, but have that be a quarterly email. And it's a monthly report on the reimagining enforcement issue.
I would second that.
And a second by Counselor Bogdan. I'll call, any discussion? I'll call for a vote. Counselor Handley,
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan,
Yes.
Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Garrett, yes, Counselor McKay,
Yes.
Counselor Christensen,
Yes. Yes.
and Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Great, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Justin, and thank you, Scott, for
Thank you.
your
Thank you, Scott.
presentation. Well done. Next, we have a discussion regarding Provo City Code 14.34.450 elderly persons extra living space, presented to us by staff members Malia Daly and Michael Sanders, policy analyst.
Perfect. Okay. So this is from, if you remember when we were talking about the special use permit process, the end of last year, when we passed that to remove it from 1430, there was a motion made by council in that night meeting to direct us to come back no later than March to explore an economic or hardship pathway for an extra living space. So that is what we're doing today. So this would be an amendment to 1434, which currently in code is called elderly persons extra living space. So if we did go forward with this, we would probably remove the elderly persons title from that section of code. And it's not an amendment to ADUs. It is an amendment to extra living spaces. And so kind of going to dive into both because of the motion was for extra living spaces and not for ADUs, but also after speaking with legal, we cannot have it be an amendment to ADUs and have it be a land use legislative process. It must be administrative and therefore extra living space. So we can kind of get into that. So this is a chart. I don't know how well you can read it here, but these are the differences between 1430, which is our ADUs, so accessory dwelling units, and 1434-45, which is the extra living spaces. So this is just zone occupancies. I'm not going to kind of go through all of these, but just to point them out, some key differences. The occupancy, so ADUs is 3, and then extra living space is 2. And then the zones where it's allowed. So in 1430, it's those not prohibited by the section of code where it prohibits them. But then extra living spaces, it's almost all residential, primarily residential zones. So all A1, RA, R1, and RC zones. Licenses are still required. Extra living spaces have to be in the home, have the internal connection. There is no deed restriction that runs with the land. So that is not a part of it for extra living spaces, because again, this is an administrative process, not a legislative land use process. This is just a summary of the extra living space section of code. So since our amendments in December, people 60 and older can have people live with them inside their home. It cannot be in their garage or in a separate building. It has to be within their home with an internal connection, so most likely a basement. Again, the residential zones, they have to own and occupy the property, sign an agreement, an affidavit saying it's not going to become a duplex, interior access, no new addresses. They do go through the rental dwelling license process. And currently that's $50 a year. I will say with extra living spaces, in code, it specifically, there is a line in there. They do not have to get a health and safety inspection as part of their process.
Why?
So
We know why that is.
So that was just a policy decision when the original 1434 was made. And when we came last fall when we did our whole package of ADU amendments, that was something that was proposed as a change. Code enforcement brought that, Scott and his staff did. And we voted to not make that as a change and a requirement for extra living spaces. So extra living spaces do have to go through the rental dwelling license process, but they do not have to get a inspection for health and safety. So that is something that is different and can be an amendment if we choose to go forward with this can be an amendment that we add into that. So that can always be changed. So council staff, we met with our legal team and zoning team to just kind of ask their considerations and what they think about it. So this has to be an administrative process if we're discriminating based off of specific and personal criteria, which is why this is not, there is no council or legislative involvement beyond setting the original parameters in code. After that, if people apply and meet the qualifications as set in code, they can do it. Also, we looked at what kind of hardship might mean and what can be discriminated legally to define hardship. On all the things we kind of looked at and things that were mentioned by the council, so like divorce, losing a job, prolonged or chronic illness, different things like that, all of that boils down to a change in income. So, and after speaking with legal, the safest and best way to do this is just to do an income qualification. So that would be, if we wanted, if there is a motion today to go forward with this, then we would draft an amendment based off of an income kind of minimum or maximum, depending on how you look at that an applicant would have to meet in order to then qualify to receive a extra living space license.
And so there's no age requirement at all.
Well, it would depend, according to the code, they could either apply for based under the qualifications of their age or under their
So
income.
what would keep a student who's like negative AMI?
Yeah.
Saying,
Yeah.
I should have someone.
If they owned a home, they would have to own the home and live in it.
And put in their name.
Yeah, so we have this section in code that we did amend also last fall and winter. Code enforcement also came with it, where we had the owner occupancy specifications where in order to qualify as an owner occupant in a home, 100% of the people on the title have to also live in that home. So that was something that we passed, I believe, in November, December last year. So that would kind of close that loophole, but also as part of this, we could say income qualification if you're also above the age of 45. So like we could make this as specific as you want and kind of get into those details. It doesn't have to be, because it's administrative and not legislative, because we're discriminating based on these specific personal criteria, we can make those pretty specific and detailed as you want. One thing that legal and zoning did bring up in our discussions with them is the evidence of AMI. And they just had some concerns. This is administrative process side of things, but the evidence of how they would check people's AMI, whether that would be through, through taxes or pay stubs, and then the review of their income every year for license renewal. And if they kind of jump above that minimum or maximum again, then they would lose their license. And if we would count their rental income as part of their income in the qualification for this anyway. So a lot of administrative kind of back end considerations there, but I think they're just good to point out because this is a kind of more complex, nuanced approach. And it's not necessarily an ADU in technicality, but in practicality, it basically is. So, with that, here's kind of options, very simplified, is to direct council staff to draft an amendment for a specific hardship or language qualifications or any other amendments. So you could do, you meet this AMI and you're above the age of 45, or you meet this AMI and whatever you would like, or any other amendments at all to the section. Maybe we just say, you know, we don't want to do anything that has to do with hardship, but we do want to say you have to get a safety inspection as part of your licensing for an extra living space. Or we can do nothing, which is status quo. So I think that's all that we have.
Malia, relative to your earlier slide, if you could go back one slide, I'd be interested in, I assume you consulted with or counseled with Brian on this. I'd be interested to hear Brian's thoughts on this kind of consideration.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I have thoughts on the policy. I think the concern with the idea that I think, and I'll let Scott speak for himself, but I think that in the meeting that Scott and I both expressed is, it seems to me like an enforcement nightmare. It seems like really hard to figure out how to enforce it and it seems like opening up a loophole that's open to exploitation to the very thing that you've said you most want us to crack down on. So that's my concern.
Questions for Michael or Malia? Rachel first and then Jordan.
Yeah, so do we know how many people are taking advantage of the extra living space right now?
I'm gonna turn that over to Scott.
I'll take my friend.
Again, I don't know the number offhand. I know that it's a very limited number throughout the community. We don't get very many each year. A lot of the ones that have been approved in years past may not have transferred into our new system when we updated systems a few years back because it wasn't considered a license. But now it goes through our licensing module, so I can get you a number as to when City View first started and how many we've approved since then. I'd venture to say that a dozen was maybe a high number.
Counselor Henry.
So I'm still a little confused about how this differentiates or has historically from ADU. So if we had previously, until we lowered the age for ADUs to 60.
Extra living spaces, yes.
But but ADUs we lowered to 60.
No,
It has no age with ADUs.
ADUs and
This
extra
was for
living
the-
spaces are different,
Okay.
yeah. Because extra living spaces purely administrative. So it got put into code by council and now we have nothing to do with it. So we can change amendments to the parameters by which that permit, that license is administered and given. But we do not, as a legislative body, touch that anymore. Because it's given on personal specific criteria. So in that way, it's different because it's not land use and it doesn't run with the land. It goes with that specific applicant.
I'd put it this way, it's an alternative system to ADUs.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So ADUs.
Presumably with the intention of helping people who were in
Yeah.
a situation where they're in a large home.
So you can kind of think of it as a special ADU, but using the ADU moniker leads to confusion, right? That's why we keep calling it the extra living space. So it's an alternative system that allows people of a certain age to have something ADU-like in zones where ADUs are not allowed.
But we're not contemplating, or are we, that if we were to impose create a criterion that was income based, that would be required of all applicants?
No.
Or I guess that's, so
Not-
because.
Not for applicants of ADUs, for
Now I'm talking extra living
Yeah,
space, so
yeah.
if.
It's an either or.
I mean, because I can imagine a situation in which a senior person would like and need someone in the home, but not for financial reasons.
Yeah, it'd be written as an
So-
or. So in the code,
would
it
be
says
either or.
like, you can apply for this if, and then it has things and we could say 60 or over, or, and then income requirements.
And you're saying that the income requirement would be difficult to enforce on?
Well, I think there's two problems with it. One is just the proof itself. It's relatively easy for someone to prove how old they are. Knowing whether they meet income thresholds is a whole different story. Like we talked about, we can ask them to turn in their tax returns, but what if they own 15 properties and have so many deductions from their tax returns that their income is reduced to below the threshold, even though their gross is $2 million a year, right? So if we don't use tax returns, what do we use? So that's the first question is, what is the income criteria? And how do we examine it and how time intensive is it to examine it? The second problem second concern I have is with the age, once somebody is over 60, they're entitled forever. They don't suddenly become 59.
I just turned 60 in October.
And lose their entitlement, right? But if we have an income-based one and somebody's financial situation changes, now suddenly they've lost the entitlement, but they're motivated to hide that from us, right? And so they're motivated to not accept the job, turn down the raise, or at least, give me the raise in cash so it doesn't show up on my tax returns, right? It creates enforcement concerns. I'm not saying that we can't overcome them, and I certainly don't want it to be construed to say we're not willing to do everything we can to make it work if that's the council's will. If you want to do this, we'll do it. But just being asked my opinion, my concern is that I think it's hard to enforce.
Councilor McKay.
We're working so hard on enforcement and getting, this nailed down, and this seems very messy to throw into the megs. Especially when we've asked so much of enforcement to be on top of that. I think this makes our job harder. And I worry about all the things that Brian has said. I think it'd be really hard to manage. I mean, there's many years my husband and I make nothing except for my council salary, I guess. But, that is such a funny thing, right? And really hard to verify people's assets versus what they're making or that. And I think it's messy for neighborhoods. They don't know what's going on, and it makes it confusing on them and reporting. And we ask the neighbors to be the ones that are enforcing, and then they're confused. So I think it just has a lot of problems with it.
Other input, Councilor Whipple?
Yeah, one of the reasons I wanted to look at this was because of concerns that Travis had raised about, the person who got divorced and can no longer afford to stay in their home. And since we were taking off the pathway, this would be able to address those situations. Based on how many people had applied to use the pathway, how many ADU requests that we get now, and how many people are currently using the extra living space, I suspect that the numbers of people who would try to take advantage of this, either legitimately or delegitimately, would be relatively small. But because this does have the possibility of addressing what seems to be a manifest injustice that another counselor and I shared, I think it's worth continuing to explore it to see if we can help keep people in their homes. And one thing that we've got in the current code is this requirement that it be continuously occupied and things like that. So maybe what we could do to address the concerns about parents buying a home for their college kids who have no money is say that you have to have lived in the home for a certain amount of time before you could apply for it, right? So you couldn't just get plopped in there by your parents and then rent the ADU. Does that seem like a viable thing that could foreclose that particular kind of exploitation?
Yeah, I think that it's hard to foresee every,
Yeah, we cannot.
people always invent novel strategies whenever we adapt. But I think that generally would address that particular concern about, the student who's not really the owner of the property.
I also think it's weird that we don't have any inspection of properties that we're allowing people to rent out. And I'm wondering if the original policy decision on that was because you didn't want to create barriers to old people who just need the live-in help, and some of the houses that they're in are old, and I don't know, my neighborhood, they're not going to pass any kind of inspection ever. But I'm a little bit uncomfortable because we have so little ability to protect our tenants in the city to not have any inspection at all for a portion of our rentals. Seems like a bad idea to me.
Councilor Hoban, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Any comments? You joined with Councillor Whipple and others a few months ago in expressing interest in this kind of review. Having seen the data, what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't want to create any holes or gaps. I don't want to create more mess. So if, Brian has basically expressed some concerns about doing things certain ways. And so, I mean, as Councilor Whipple has expressed, my main concern was, what's the pathway for someone who, as she mentioned, gets a divorce and is a single mother or whatever it might be, or spouse passes away at a younger age or things like that, or potentially even job losses as well. But if trying to figure something like that out creates more gaps and issues, then I wouldn't want to pursue something that's going to, create more problems either. So if we don't have a real clean solution, then I would say status quo, but.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
I'll entertain from council then a motion relative to either option one that you could define, or to the second option of status quo.
I vote that we keep the status quo.
We have a motion from Councillor McKay to continue this as to keep the
Maintain
status
the status
quo.
quo.
Thank you, maintain the status quo.
I'd second that.
A second by Councillor Bogdan. Any discussion?
Is there any interest in changing the no inspection requirement?
I'm okay adding that. I've been in a lot of ones that were really dangerous, actually.
So in that case, that would be a different amendment to the section.
I'm up for keeping the status quo, but adding an inspection with the extra living space.
I'd second that.
Okay, we have a revised motion then from Councillor McKay. Did you get that, Michael? With a second by Councillor Bogdan. Other discussion, Councillor Henry.
Yeah, I support that. I will just only say that the reason I'm going to support it has to do with my fundamental difference of opinion about our previous decision about this. I think when we took away the pathway, we created inequities, and the only way to address them would be something like this, but it just gets much more government involvement. I guess I'm just more of a libertarian when it comes to this. I think people ought to have the leeway to do what they need to do with their property. So I will support this amendment for that reason, but just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor Hanley. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for a vote. Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor Hanley.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0.
We will work on that, return to you. with an
Great, thank
amendment.
you. Thank you, Michael, and thanks to Malia as well. Next, we have a presentation, a discussion regarding establishing a nominating commission for city constable, presented by John Borgett, Administrative Services Director.
Thank you, Chair Garrett and the Honorable Council. We are requesting that council establish a nominating commission, including having select which councilor would serve on that committee, which judge. In the past, we've had the justice clerk's judge serve, but that doesn't have to be the case. And also a private citizen on the commission. And then that body that's selected, nomination committee, would review and make a recommendation on a constable appointment. And a little bit of background, Bob Connor, who has been the city's constable from the justice court, has oversight of the operations, and he works with a firm that's All Pro Security. And I've worked closely with Bob for many years. And he now has 60 deputy constables. They serve 28 municipalities. And anyway, due to kind of some changes and strategic adjustments, and to ensure the success of the court, Bob is recommending to step down, and is asked us to consider Danny Mitchell to replace him as constable. Danny actually works under the direction of Bob and has worked directly with the Justice Court for some time. But the first step is to select this commission, and so I'm here to answer any questions and proposing that we start the process. Yes.
So why not just put out another RFP and go through the process? Why go this way?
Oh, we're planning on doing it. We're planning on having look at a number, do a little bit of research. It could be the council staff that would work through it, or I could work, but we would try to put it out and let other individuals respond as well, and as well as encouraging Danny Mitchell to apply.
Because that's what I would prefer is to, I mean, if we're gonna make a change, we might as well look at all the options and not.
Yeah,
just
we-
one option.
We're not saying.
Make them compete for
Yeah.
the business.
Yep, we agree solely. Not, I just give you that background to let you know that Danny, we would be interested in applying, and that the commission could look at that and review and consider him with other applicants, and they decide which direction they want to go.
So an RFP will be put out and then Danny will apply amongst with whoever, if anyone else applies.
Yeah, under the direction of the nominating commission, yes.
What does that mean?
That means that this 3-member commission, which is a council member and also a judge and a citizen, would sit on it, and they would work through, review the RFP, make sure that it's meets the qualifications, and staff would be there to assist too, and then they would just kind of drive through the process, and they would come back to council directly from this commission to make a recommendation.
So we're the ones that choose, even though there's a recommendation?
Yeah,
Yes, that's correct.
yes. And so what we're recommending right now, the only thing we're recommending from the council is who would serve on that commission. And then once they're selected, we would have them get together and meet and discuss the RFP and the process and start that process.
So what you're looking for is a tribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on this, because we have a constable who's nominated, this essentially a civil peace officer, right, who performs certain services. The constable that we have happens to have a security company, and he's able to hire deputy constables under him to continue to perform these activities. So do we have a separate contract with his security company, or does his company just get to have that because he's the named constable?
It's part of the same process, but we do that review, and when we go through the reappointment of the constable process, then we look at that and evaluate and come back to the council, and then that agreement is part of that. And by the way, Bob Connor is here if you have any questions for him as well.
So if Bob left his company and went to a different company, he would still be the constable right now, but
Yes,
how would it change the
it's
contract?
with
from
him.
the
It's
other
not, it's the constable service is with Bob.
one? You are the constable.
To explain it kind of, I'm a.
There you go.
No Elvis routines here. Basically, I'm like a private law enforcement agency. I'm responsible for all my deputy constables. I have to respond through police academy, report on all my officers and stuff. We started back in 2007, like John mentioned, and stuff with just Provo's ports and transports. And I think we've done very well on stuff. They've been pleased with our services. And since then, we're now up to, I think, 29 or 30. Harriman City starts April 1st. We've really grown, and our product isn't small, so just nobody can just come in and say, hey, I want to be a constable. They've got to have the manpower. I've got 60 some sworn deputies under me. We've got transport vehicles all over the state to do transports from Ogden City, Clearfield, all the way down Santa Quinn. So the operation is quite large. Since the company is under All Pro Security, what I originally chartered under, Provo City Council is always just a division under my company that does our court security, prison transports, and then it's accountable with law enforcement entities. So it's, we've really grown quite a bit. We've got probably up to 300 employees across the board. We handle stuff all over, government sites all over. We just took over, went to Salt Lake City contracts, handling their city county buildings, their patrol units and things. So we really have grown, but we really try to specialize in good quality service and stuff. What I'm asking
and asked John to do is, I've been in law enforcement since 1980. So I got 40 some years in law enforcement. I started my company in 2006. Gentleman right here, Jason Kramer's and stuff is, he's our new CEO, helping run the organization with extreme growth and stuff, an excellent gentleman, stuff to grow. We brought on new accountants and stuff. We're growing quite a bit, and I want to kind of step back a little bit, because I started worrying about, what if I'm in a car wreck? I've got up to 30 agencies right now that use me for court security, prison transports and stuff. I'm the main entity. So Danny's been my chief administrative deputy for many years. So the thought was, okay, if I can start stepping back a little bit and having someone else take over that area, if something ever happens to me, all these cities aren't gonna be left hanging. Because it all comes under me swearing these deputies in and I'm accountable to them for professionalism, for their certification training, just like a law enforcement agency like Provo City Police Department. So I just am trying to get pieces in place, so I'm not working 15 hours a day anymore, it's 7 days a week. So
So there's something else to Danny.
Yeah.
well,
Like you described the systemic.
yes, but he's a lot younger than I.
You can still get. Things can
Yes, it
happen.
could still happen then. At that point, we'd approach you guys and stuff as far as, looking for appointment, but obviously you can open up to have anybody appointed, but I would not step down for my appointment. I still got, I think, 3 or 4 more years to go on my appointmentship. I wouldn't step down unless somebody in my organization got appointed, because we provide your service and someone else can't just come in and take over my company. That won't happen. So if someone else is appointed, you may lose your contract, may lose your deputies in the court and stuff like that, because you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, we should know that, but I don't think that it's really appropriate for you to do a conditional retirement. That's only effective if your chosen successor is appointed.
Utah County, for example, has 3 constables, Utah County, okay? We could have multiple constables here in Provo. So the thought was appoint a secondary constable who works in our organization, so we have a backup plan. That would be ideal. So we can co-sponsor things and stuff and co-manage things and all that, but just somebody out from the outside getting appointed necessarily, I mean, you could say, okay, take over Provo's court contract and stuff. It'll be a struggle though. I mean, there's a lot involved in that manning, and I mean, we transfer off deputies from all over the state to make sure everyone is on time, everybody's there, transport to take care of all that kinds of stuff. So it's not a small operations anymore as it was back in 2007 when we started and stuff, but ideally, a backup plan would be to have both of us in place, which, like Jason's brought on multiple controllers, accountants and stuff to have backup plans for everything. Jason just hired a general manager to help run things and stuff like that. We're growing in huge steps and stuff. So I want to make sure you guys are taken care of and all that, but we are under Provo City Council's office. Everything's branded like that. All our uniforms are Provo City Council's office, badges, everything. So changing everything isn't easy.
But it seems like what you're asking for is completely different than what he's presenting. It seems like you're asking for a discussion to have more than one constable.
Ideally, that's what I would be asking for, but it's up to.
Well, I've been working closely with Brian, Captain
Yeah, so let me weigh in a little bit and tell you about some of the institutional history here. So that was the original proposal. Originally, Bob talked to John and said, I'd like to propose that Danny be appointed as a second constable. And John and I sat down and talked, then we sat down and talked with Bob. My concern with that was twofold. One is that, again, we'd have to form the nominating commission, we'd have to do the RFP, we'd have to go through the entire application process. That application process might result in Danny being appointed as the second constable. However, from my perspective, and the council can differ, so if you want to go down that road, you certainly can, but that didn't make sense to me because Bob already has the authority and has appointed Danny as deputy constable. He can appoint all the deputy constables he wants. So from my perspective, it doesn't really make sense to have 2 constables from the same organization. He's exactly right that you can have multiple constables for an entity, but if both of those constables are in the same organization and one of them is subordinate to the other one in the organization, what have you actually accomplished? How is that different than just having a deputy constable, in my mind?
It's the car accident thing.
Yes, the car accident thing.
Hey, don't
So So we sat down, we talked about this and I explained all of those concerns and he said, well, okay, well, what if we, because you're exactly right. One of the things that we talked about in leadership before and with Justin was normally you would only be brought this question if the car accident had happened or Bob's term had expired, right? Those are the two things that would normally trigger the nominating commission to be called, right?
Or resignation.
Or resignation, right? So resignation is, for some reason, there's no constant, or his term's about to expire. That's what would normally trigger this. This is a little bit of a unique situation, and so I was actually the one that suggested, look, if the only way I can figure out how to do this, and it's still subject to the council even being willing to, is for you to say, if you choose somebody from my company to be the primary person, I will step down. The problem or the issue, the concern perhaps that some of you have already expressed is that it's somewhat of a conditional resignation. And that's frankly, that's up to you to decide what you want to do with that, whether you actually think that it's time to convene the nominating commission or not. If you do, the result could be the nominating commission and the council subsequently picks APS and there's no concerns because they're clearly the best qualified. They pick somebody else and appoint them to be a second constable. Now there's two, one of which is not from APS. Or the one that's going to be weird is if the nominating commission and the council ends up picking somebody outside of APS and Bob doesn't step down. Then you're in a weird situation where I don't know what you do.
So how much longer does he have on his contract?
I think it's around 3 years or so.
So why not
It's
just
6-year
wait?
terms, is that right? I think
Yeah,
it's 6-year
6 years.
terms.
So why not just wait for 3 more years?
You jinxed me twice on car accidents. I'm not sure.
You brought it up first. We're following your lead.
Just the back, I mean, it's a situation where, I'm just trying to plan for the future with our growth and stuff, and make sure all my city, like I said, Harriman City starts April 1st. We are growing and municipalities are using us because I think we have a very good product. And I'm sole source right now for court security, nobody does what we do, because it takes a lot, transport vans, large amount of personnel, when there's call offs, I mean, Jack can attest it, I mean, there's, we show up, you guys don't have to worry about it. That happens for so many cities now and stuff, and so it's a big organization. But it still needs a head, and ideally would be if we had a backup plan within the organization. But when you guys mentioned that it might not be good to have two, and I said, okay, fine, if Danny's appointed, then I can step away if it's a concern too. But if Danny's not appointed, I'll stay on because I want to make sure you guys are all taken care of.
And and I guess I would just add, from a personal perspective, from the perspective of my office, I know that my prosecutors love Bob, they love APS. Know that the judge and the court administrator have both already signed on to a recommendation that APS continue. I don't know, I kind of suspect that when we open up the RFP, we won't get any other responses, because I'm not sure that anybody else actually has the resources to do it. But so that's the flip side of the story, but it's up to you now.
You ready? So is there, I mean, if we just, would we have to go through the whole process if we were asked to appoint Mr. Mitchell as the secondary? I mean, I know you didn't like it, but if we just approved him as a secondary constable and then it's up to Bob what he wants to do.
I think you've still got to go through the process. If you want to appoint another constable, I think you have to convene the nominating commission and go through the whole process of appointing a second constable.
I mean, in some ways that issue seems irrelevant to if the request is simply that we appoint a new constable and that Mr. Mitchell is one of the candidates. And then it's, depending on how that process goes, given what you've just told us, it doesn't sound like, I mean, we can also not put a very long window on the RFP, I suppose, right? You don't have to post it for a couple of months. You can just post it for whatever the minimal amount is. I don't know. This just seems like a bunch of logistical, bureaucratic obstacles to something that's pretty simple.
State code is always fun to do.
Yeah. You're like, that's my life. What are you talking about?
Counselor Bogdan?
So when we do this, does it restart the 6-year clock or is it just the rest of the 3-year term?
If you appoint a new constable, that new constable would have a 6-year term.
Yep.
So it ends his term and does another term
Well,
for someone else.
In addition, I would consider.
Well, so yeah, so again, like one of the possibilities is you appoint given the letter, right, the commitment from Mr. Connor is that if somebody from APS is chosen to be the new Provo City Constable, that new constable will have a 6-year term and he will step down and we'll have only one constable for a 6-year term. If for some reason the council decided to choose a second constable outside of APS, that new constable would have a 6-year term, but Mr. Connor would have 3 years remaining on his term.
I'm just still not quite clear in my mind how the constable who's nominated necessarily must interact with the contract for all of the services.
Well, I'm not actually sure that's true. How did
We
how did
could
the
nominate
contract with
just
the court
random
come about? Was it
guy,
done
but
through
not
an
with the
RFP
contract.
Separate from the, do we always automatically done a contract with the court with the constable?
We have, as we've done a review and we, I think we've renewed the constable services twice since the initial. That we went in and reviewed their contract. We've looked at other options and come to the conclusion that clearly All Pro Security was the best. So we have looked at others alternatives and went through the process.
I can give a little history on that.
Yeah.
Usually law enforcement agencies, will do their own court security. By statute, you have to have, correct on this, have to have a law enforcement person in there, whether a special function officers like myself, who's sworn in by one of the cities, or law enforcement in there. District courts have to have a kind of sheriffs in there, but you have to have a law enforcement person, just can't be anybody. So when this all started back in 2017 was John, the Pro City appointed me, so we had law enforcement in the courts and stuff to handle this. So it really just can't be anybody. Yes, if you could put it out there and stuff, like I mentioned, it's difficult to do the volume. Last time Ogden City, West Valley put it out there for RFP, which when it comes up for renewal and stuff like for those cities, no one applied. We were sole source of stuff. Because it's hard to do what we do, but we perfected since 2007, which I'm proud of and stuff, but it's just not easy.
Yeah, well, and maybe what I'm stuck on is I use a constable all the time for serving papers and civil litigation.
That too, we have a whole division that does that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but the constable I usually use is not providing transport or these other services that you're doing. And so the necessary connection between being nominated as a constable and then the whole array of services you provide is maybe where I'm.
Most constables in the state, that's all they do is a search and process. We specialize in court security, prison transports and all that, so we've developed and we've got the equipment and stuff to do that. That's why when they put it out for these other courts, no one's applied because they're just strictly paper service, where we do that also, but we specialize in this area, so. Yes, this is our constableship has the contract to do Provo City courts, but you could give out to anybody, but they would have to hear us.
Right.
So we're not limited. Right now I'm a constable, but I'm a constable for 28, 29 other cities. Based on my authority here, which gives me statewide authority and stuff, but all these other cities have just, they like our product. So yes, you can appoint somebody else. But that doesn't mean they would get anybody else's contract, or unless you guys wanted to give them a contract, they'd have to prove they could handle what your needs are.
But what I'm wondering is could I appoint Gary to be a new constable, but still keep the contract with APS for the services that they're providing to the city?
That doesn't solve my problem.
Well, I know it doesn't solve your problem. I'm
That's
just.
correct.
I'm
I think it's it definitely could happen though. As long as you would still need a constable to serve do the
Right.
serving process, but you could have security provided
Yeah.
for someone else.
Yeah.
Or
What
for
I'm
example, it
trying to say
even
is-
could be Provo Police Department could provide security. There's a lot of options there.
Right now, we have a situation in which the constable also provides this array of services
Yep.
that we need. But it's not necessarily the case that the constable has to provide all of the services that this constable is providing through his company.
Yeah, we would need to either do it ourselves or find someone else if that happened, but that is an
Yeah.
option.
But we like you and we like what you're doing. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to make sure I understand where the necessary connections are and are not.
It has to be a constable that
Yeah.
does your security law.
Okay.
So it sounds to me
Or
like possibly the most appropriate, transparent, albeit bureaucratic action of the council would be to establish the nominating commission and to go through that process.
And we've actually been having this discussion for probably 3 or 4 months for some of these same reasons. But I think as a result of a lot of discussion and some research that's been done by Brian and whatnot, that's kind of where we came up to as well. And that's why we're here with this recommendation to the council.
Yeah.
Counselor Gary, I would just say the other option would be to wait until the term expires.
In 3 years?
And you could do it then.
Well, even though there is a likely outcome to the process, which would probably make everyone happy, I would be uncomfortable proceeding as though it is a foregone conclusion, because that just seems to be completely wrong to me. So I would be in favor of going ahead and doing the nominating commission for a new constable. But I'm not comfortable with the potential retirement being conditional on a certain outcome from that commission. Does that make sense?
Would that be the option of having 2 constables for the same organization then? If you appoint,
Are you asking that he would submit his resignation in order to initiate the commission?
Well, this means the first time I heard the possibility of having more than one constable assigned to it. And that would actually, I think, take care of the concerns, even though it does raise your hierarchical issues, but I would be fine with either of those options.
Well, and the other option I would just say is, again, this is getting a little bit far down the road because the nominating commission hasn't even started the process yet, but the nominating commission can bring you a recommendation. You can always choose to appoint no one, right? I mean, the council's action after this whole process is over could be feasibly that the nominating commission recommends somebody else. Again, seems unlikely to me, but not having any foregone conclusion. Nominating commission recommends somebody else, and the council decides to just not do anything. Right, that's
So,
another.
The commission does not have to abide by the recommendation of the nominating commission.
Correct.
Which would not require a resignation.
Correct.
Is that a motion then, Councillor Whipple, to establish the nominating commission?
Well, I heard 3 different options that we've explored on that. Should I narrow the motion down to just one of those options, or?
Well, I think at this point, really, all I would recommend you decide today is whether to convene the nominating commission. I think your choices today are, do we do we establish the nominating commission and see how things play out? Or do we say, we don't, to Justin's point, we don't want to do that unless there's an actual vacancy on the table.
Okay.
And I think that's your decision today.
Well, I'll move that we establish a nominating commission.
Is there a second?
Sorry.
Second by Councillor Christensen. Any discussion? Okay, then we'll call for a vote. Councillor McKay,
Yes.
Councillor Christensen,
Yes.
Councillor Hanley,
Yes.
Councillor Bond,
I'm gonna say no.
Councillor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Garrett, yes. Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes by a vote of 6-1. Now, as part of this, John, do we then need to nominate a council member or seek a volunteer for the commission? And how are the other two appointed?
So there's a judge,
Uh-huh.
and traditionally we've used the justice court judge, like Judge Schreiner, but
Okay.
that's not required. And then there's a member of the council, and then there is a resident,
It's actually.
somebody outside the council.
It's actually-
Doesn't have to be a resident, does it?
No, it says one private citizen, but it's actually a 5-member commission. The city
Okay.
attorney and the chief of police are also.
Okay.
automatically.
Oh, okay.
So you need to choose, but so there's 3 you need to choose. There's 5 people on the commission, but there's 3 choices. And the choices are a counselor, a judge, and a private citizen. And I don't know that you have to do that now. You know, you could do that, especially because probably nobody has an idea of who the private citizen is off the top of their head. So we can manage that in leadership later, circulate some names, and as long as we have kind of majority response
Okay.
to some emails to figure out who people are, we can do it that way.
Okay, we can deliberate that process then.
What if the other citizen is another judge, like Rick Smith?
There's no prohibition on that that there only be one judge. You just have to have at least one judge.
Do you guys do juvenile court as well? So that might be somebody that's a judge in the stuff, but not necessarily with their services.
I can provide also the individual that we had last time, just no obligation,
Okay.
just to let you know who it was. And I can't tell you right now, but I have it in my records. And
So
I
that
can
would have
provide
been
that.
3 years ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can provide that.
That'd be helpful.
Rick
Okay.
Smith is he's a resident of Provo.
Okay. All right.
I'll just get it to Dustin.
That'd be great. All right. Thank you, John. Thank
Okay.
you for the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Thanks.
Nothing there, right?
Stand right here.
Next, we have a resolution approving a transfer of $1 million from the general fund to the insurance and claims fund, presented also by John Borg.
Thank you. So as the recommendation is that we do this transfer of $1 million from the general fund to the insurance and claims fund. During the past year, the city has incurred some large claims. As a result, the insurance and claims fund has been impacted. And administration is recommending that we transfer $1 million. I would mention that that one of the things that I really try to conserve and watch out for as much as possible is general fund balance, because it's there to put us in a good position. But I would say that this type of thing is exactly why we have fund balance. It's something that we didn't anticipate, and it gives us the ability to do that. But I'm happy to answer any questions. I did go back and check just to give you a little bit of a report on our fund balance. On June 30th of 2024, our last fiscal year, our fund balance as a percentage of revenue was 32.91%. The maximum amount the state will allow us to have is 35. So we were pretty close to 35. And then I went in and just determined how much our percentage would drop by this $1 million transfer. It's just a little over 1%. And so it would go from 32.91 to 31.84 for this one item. But I still recommend doing this transfer. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for John? Councilor Christensen?
What? You said it again, you said it.
Went down about 1%, went from 32.91 to 31.84. Now there'll be other things that will impact it, but just one transaction would have that much. That's the impact it would be.
Any other questions for John? All right, great. And this is on for tonight, I believe, right?
I think it's on for 2 weeks.
Oh, is it 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right, great. Thank you, John.
Okay.
We'll now take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:45. That's a complicated issue, that concept. We talked about it before. No, it was kind of crazy.
I decided I didn't care.
So I guess we just have to go through those motions.
Yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have a presentation on the fiscal year 2026 capital improvement plan report. This is a continuation of our discussion from 2 weeks ago. And I believe it's being presented by Kelsey again, or?
No, what we were told by Justin is there's just gonna be kind of questions from the council. and
Okay.
the Directors are here.
Oh, okay, to the directors. Okay.
Yeah.
John, why don't you stand up and
I can do that.
start the issue that way? Yeah. We'll turn the time over to John.
Entertain it, John.
Yeah.
And just a quick note, we do have the CIP plan in PDF form, so if you guys have any questions about any particular project, just let us know. And
Okay,
you can give us some keywords so we can do the control
Great.
line.
thank you.
Like 200 pages long.
Thank you.
And I would just mention that 2 weeks ago at our last council meeting, we did start a discussion on the CIP. Kelsey kind of walked through each kind of a high level, just touching up on the report. And then we provided the council an opportunity to ask questions to directors. And there was a number of questions that were raised, and then we ran out of time. So it was decided to continue that discussion today. And so we've asked the directors to come in again to be prepared to respond to questions. Becky.
Okay, so when we looked at the income section, I don't know if that was a month ago, month and a half ago. Some of these things like the water, it had that 15% recommended increase in that budget thing, right? So let's say we don't approve any water increase at all. What does that do to the capital improvements plan?
So I'll let Jimmy respond to that.
Right, Public Works, the CIP that was submitted doesn't include any rate increases. It assumes no increases, so
No increase, no.
if that is done outside the budget process, those will be reversed.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if we do somehow approve an increase, you guys will change the CIP plan?
Correct.
And is that the same for like any recommended, because I don't know that I know all the recommended increases. Is that the same for all of them? All the way across the board? Parks?
So if you make any changes, we'll adjust those. And again, this was all submitted to you several months ago. And so when this actually hits, we'll have updates with what the state with the quarter and the fifth. We'll make sure all the updates are put into it. So you saw a snapshot 2 months ago, and so any changes that the council wants, we'll make those adjustments to the capital project.
Thank you.
So I had a question about 1450 East Connector Road for Gordon. Because I know we've talked about that in the past, and Mayor had mentioned this to me some time ago that we were probably going to need to have that conversation. And so I just wanted to get an update on what the plan is for that. And because it would be important, I think, for that neighborhood to have that conversation at the appropriate time. But because that, it just seemed like it came up sooner than I thought it was coming up. I'm supportive of it because I think, especially with the school, directing the traffic away from the school makes a lot of sense. But as you may be aware, that's not a popular issue in some people's minds in that neighborhood. So I just don't want to do something that gets us ahead of the communications with the neighborhood and so on.
So this particular connection has been on our long-range transportation plan for a very long time. We did have some discussions. There still seems to be some concern in the neighborhood about this connection. So right now, it's on the unfunded long-term list. We don't have any plans to do this project. We have the right of way, but there's still quite a bit of money cost before we would be doing this. And it's kind of lower on the
Okay, so that's not, I misread that. That's
funded. Right.
it's unfunded.
Yeah.
okay.
So where we're looking at is I do think we did make a little bit of a effort to communicate to the neighborhood council and the residents when we knew Wasatch was going there. We weren't getting the support we thought we might have gotten, so we just kind of let it, didn't follow through with it.
Was that, those were conversations in the context of the school?
Yeah, so at that point, we knew the school was being constructed, and we started talking about it. We're very concerned about Oakmont and Oakmont that comes down so steep. So that's one of the reasons that we knew we had to build the barrier. And so we tried to accommodate that. We put the sidewalk coming down there. So, well, I think eventually this will be built. It's probably out a number of years.
Okay, all right, I misread it, sorry.
Okay.
Michael or Kevin, whoever has this control, can you go to page 43?
Of course.
So this is a question for our Parks and Rec Director, Doc. Because this is a hot topic right now. Dog parks in our city. I noticed your proposal, your request for $900,000 for the next fiscal year. Does that mean you intend to complete your study and have a dog park sometime in this fiscal year?
Yes.
Is that your hope?
Yes, our hope is to complete that study at the end of this current fiscal year and then be able to begin with the establishment of the.
And that would cover one dog park, $900,000.
I don't really know size and scale, but they could get this multiple acres, and it would, of course, come out inside. If it's the site that the city currently owns, you keep the development costs quite a bit, but it all be done on the site.
It's helpful to have this context and background because it is an issue that's being talked a lot about.
Right.
So
That's the intent.
thank you, Doug.
Yeah, and is that $800,000 RAP tax money or what's the?
I believe that is, yeah. That is the source.
So since this is a new thing that we hadn't had on there before, you probably had other plans last year, how that $800,000 would have been spent. So what are we losing in order to do this?
Right, so every year is kind of a reset. We're pretty disappointed this year in that our fundraising effort kind of fell through. Our fundraising group didn't bring in what we had expected there. We had one grant that didn't come through either with the Tidal Water Conservation Fund. So just like Gordon kind of mentioned, when the revenues don't come in, we have to adjust our plan. Because this one kind of came up as it seemed as a priority to the community council. We added that one onto this year's plan.
Yeah, I would love a whole nother park that only costs $900,000, but I know from previous discussions on Memorial Park that just a tiny little bathroom is like $500,000, so.
Yeah, depending on, again, the size and scale of the restroom, we kind of had multiple different sizes that we tried to fashion in there and kind of locate. And depending on the site and the size, that would look on the size of the restroom. But to put that into perspective, the restrooms that we're currently constructing, really nice stylish ones at, let's see, at Rotary Park by West Ridge Elementary School, and then Rock Canyon Trailhead and Rock Canyon Park. Those are running us right now, self-performed, road access generally those. 650 of those. Okay, about $650,000.
I would want the dog park to also have human facilities for going to the restroom.
And those might be able to scale down.
Okay.
The media reported, Doug, the city goal of 3 dog parks by 2030. Did that come from, is that legitimate?
That came from our master plan level of service. Yeah, this is all right. Good.
I will be doing the
And the idea there is we try to time that together with our master plan, our next revision master plan, so they kind of travel together in case there's an adjustment in the whole service.
Thank you, Doug.
Oh, can I ask Doug another one while he's up here? All right. I'd like to know more about the Covey one. So this is page 44.
Okay.
All right. So what exactly are we going to be doing here? And is this all RAP tax money?
Yep. this scrap tax money, and in the past, we've utilized those funds to replace the carpet. Several infrastructure needs there at the facility. New lighting boards, control boards, house lighting, some infrastructure improvements, including a new boiler system. Our HVAC system is, they cut our energy demand by 50%. I think Travis mentioned that last meeting, but several things like that, the vestibule on the south side of the entrance, and several others like that. We also have our community arts program that we fund through that. It's the grant program that we administer through the Arts Council. So that's funded out of these funds as well.
Well, are you saying that, but they get to give like $25,000 in grants? Is that coming out of this pot right here? That's assigned to the cubby?
So each year, that's kind of the amount that's kind of apportioned to the community arts programming.
Yeah, that's not enough. But the real question I have on this is, sorry, I need to point at this, not you. It says integrate the existing building and grounds to the new city hall site. So were we looking at doing sort of an outdoor amphitheater? Like it, because that sounds like a big and exciting upgrade as opposed to the necessary but pedestrian replacing carpets and lights. So I wasn't entirely clear what this particular item was asking for.
Some of that right was probably carried over from the development of the current site. Yeah, here and time that together. There were some improvements on that amphitheater. Some of those railings were replaced. The old shade structure, I think those posts got to be treated, and some elements like that. But that vestibule was probably part of that there.
So that's what's already been done, but what is actually being proposed to be done with this $337,000 estimate?
Right, each year, and also Stephen have a list of improvements that we can share with you as well.
Yeah, I would like that because it seems like a lot of those little things aren't really big capital improvement types of things. They're just ongoing maintenance. And so I'm not entirely sure why a regular ongoing maintenance thing for taking care of a building fits into this, which seems to be more big project visionary.
Yeah, and that's what we can look at. I think when that amount was kind of set aside was when the rat tax was passed back in 2015. It was kind of based on an assumption that a certain percentage of the revenues generated to go towards the Covey Center and its operations. Kind of serves the Center for Performing Arts in the community, and that's kind of the commitment made then.
Yeah.
But we can certainly take a look at the contributions for arts as we go forward. Maybe that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful because the Covey Center is a good and useful facility, but it's not really the center of arts in Provo. You know, it's not nearly as vibrant or exciting as Valor. It doesn't have as, you know, things like that. So
I think it was mostly the city's contribution to performing arts here. There's a lot of different arts.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Other questions?
Oh, yeah.
Other council members, council? We'll come back to you.
No, we're good. We're good.
I just want to say that I think it is the center, a lot of the center parts in Provo, it is big. I think it's appropriate to use the rat tax on.
You're up.
Okay, this is for Scott Bunker. Scott Bunker or his representative, Judy. I'll ask the question, and it's possible that somebody from the group would know this, but on page 21, so we're talking about general administrative buildings, administrative improvements. We're looking at 1.588. Like it's a lot of money for ongoing improvements to the department's administrative building and facilities. I don't know what that means and why it's $1.5 million based on this description. Does anyone here know?
I could give it a shot.
Yes, Scott, we have a winner, a different Scott.
Definitely second place. This is about adding a bay to their parking garage. So they have got a specialized piece of equipment that requires indoor storage. So they have gone through the process trying to increase that parking level and extending their bay that exists right now, that one more, to accommodate that extra parking for this very specialized piece of equipment that needs to be protected from the weather.
See, that is a perfectly good explanation. That would have been nice to have been just written in there from the beginning.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Oh, no, it's okay, because that was what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me write my note down.
That helps, Rachel. He is explaining this to the board. I remember getting an update on that Friday.
Yeah. Well, I knew there was probably a good reason for it. It just, the description was so vague, I didn't know what it was. But that's why we have the opportunity to ask questions and everything. Okay, Gordon? How about our 820 North Bridge
Yes.
match? So that's page 66. So the $500,000 transfer is all that we need to do in order to match the funds?
No, last year, you budgeted in your budget, I think it was 600,000, we need 1,100 to match, and I think you budgeted 600,000, and this year we budgeted 500,000. So I have a total, I think, of 1.1 total in that account, so that's what we need for our match.
So this is the last half of our match that we need to do.
We did it over 2 seasons, because we didn't want to put it all in this year, next year, we wanted to get some sidewalk and other kinds of things, so we split the match over 2 seasons. We'll finish the bridge likely this year, and so that funding will be completed this fiscal year, so we'll use all that funding this year.
Okay, thank you.
And if we're under budget, then that number will go down.
Go to sidewalks.
It looks good.
While you're checking, Rachel, I'll raise a couple of questions
Please do.
relative to the airport, and I think there might be several here who respond to this. This is page 138, Kevin. It's an appropriation for snow removal equipment. And it just kind of jumped out at me because I thought we just did an appropriation using federal funds for snow removal equipment. So, and maybe there's just more that's needed. Page 138.
Yeah, they told us there'd be more coming.
Okay. Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah, so this is on the partially funded page because it requires federal funding. So this is a request for additional equipment from the federal government in FY28, I believe. That until we get that money, we just show it as unfunded.
Okay.
But yeah, if it's funded, it will be done by an FAA grant.
Okay. Does that apply also to page 140, Kevin, the fence around the airport? First I was alarmed to consider that there may not be a fence around the airport.
There is a fence.
Okay.
It's a picket fence.
So this is a great.
Yes, and same situation as the other FAA funded.
Great, thank you.
Is it like constructed of like concrete or? No, that's it. Barbed wire? Picket?
Not sure.
Electric?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it would be chain link security fencing. I'm not sure how much razor will be on it.
Other questions?
So I was just curious more about the stormwater plan. So this is 77. So it's just funding for projects that meet Utah's eligibility for impact fee usage, but I don't know what these projects are. Is this deliberately vague? Shane Winters is the point person on that one.
Yes, it's deliberately vague. Yes, and she's the point person on this one. So where that works is impact fees are very limited in what projects they can be used for, because they can only add capacity for new growth. They can't solve existing shortages or deficiencies in the system. And so we're always looking to be able to use those funds. So in some of these projects that you have proposed, they have a portion that's impact fee eligible based on the overall cost of the project. And so we are likely to be putting some of those funds in it, as well as working with developers to add capacity into some of our lines to have efficiency. So there's no project that's wholly impact fee eligible, so we have to find matching funds to make any of them work.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Doug. Back to you. This is 45 on the Provo River Parkway Trail. So are you gonna, is this the plan to take care of those two narrow, terrible ones?
Yes, it's that section of trails between Exchange Park on Columbia Lane, traveling upriver through the Moon River area. It's 20 inch, let's see, to the diagonal. It's the remaining area that we haven't finished quite that.
Aren't there more than two narrow tunnels there?
I think there's two major ones there. And the third one's handled with the H24 project.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I just wrote it on Sunday and I'm like, there's more than two. It was awful. So when you're doing the area along Moon River, will you be able to create access onto the trail from the street? Because a lot of people are getting on and off of the river trail right there, like going to Macy's or to the apartments. And we've got some, I guess, social paths kind of up the hill that are eroding badly.
We've got a whole new design being done to speed to the details of that.
Glad to. John Lenderson, Parks Projects, and we're excited about this section of the Provo River Trail. The main pathway of the trail will cross over north side of the Macy's parking lot to the other side of the river, the west bank, and continue north up to University Parkway. And there will be some new improved sidewalk or crosswalks over to Macy's and over to the Moon River apartments that are part of this improvement. The pedestrian bridge up by Branbury will remain with an improved decking as part of the project.
What's our timeline for getting that done?
We're moving on it now with the acquisition of the property. We're partnered with Public Works for some infrastructure, water and sewer line crossings that happen right there by the Walgreens as well. As soon as we have access to the Walgreens property, we're putting this out to bid for both projects to move forward as soon as we can. Some of it might be contingent on low river flows like during winter months for us to be able to operate in these centers.
Okay, yeah, I'm really excited to see this done, even though it will impact writing for, I don't know, a couple of seasons, but it'll be worth it.
Probably 1 to 2 seasons.
1 to 2 seasons. Okay, thanks. I mean, I can stop torturing people. That's fine.
Any other comments or questions? Helpful discussion. We appreciate the service of our directors and all that you put into this capital.
Because it helps when everybody has questions.
We'll continue to review it, and as we have questions, we can reach out to you individually. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a series of presentations, budget presentations. First, by customer service. This is a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2026 budget. Presented by Amanda Birkenbrack, our customer service.
Questions. Oh, I like when you ask questions.
Service going next door. Jimmy, could you give him a yell? Okay.
You have a different perspective.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Yes.
Good.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Council, for having us. Before I take the opportunity to share our budget, I just wanted to point out my team in the back. I have my call center manager, Brittany Densley, Annalie Larson, the billing manager, Amber Reese, my executive office assistant, and then Laramie Gonzalez, who you will get to hear from in a little bit. Do I control the slides? Or? Awesome. Okay, so I kept this really simple, so if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those. In response to your written budget report, none of these really applied. The only one is our business licensing fees and our rental dwelling fees. And Laramie will actually be back with a study on that in a few weeks, probably. So study underway. Catrice, did you have a question? Okay, perfect. Everyone's excited about that. So just to show you some of our department goals, these are a little bit more public facing. We talk a lot about our strive to, if someone calls in, resolve the call in a single interaction. We also want to answer that call in under 30 seconds. Our abandon rate is under 4%. It's currently at 3%, I believe. Great question. Who has that? Great. So if we have 100 people call in, all but 4 will actually stay on the line until they're helped. Exactly. Sorry, I get so nervous. Public speaking, I hate it. Maybe acknowledging it will make it better. Good to know. Good to know. Our other goals that we put up here have to do with our brand visibility and marketing Provo 311. We want the community to know who we are. So we're striving to get out in the community, interact. We're also doing some new social media things. You'll get to see Ava here in just a moment. She's helping us to promote the brand. So right here, this is Ava. Has anyone seen her? Social media, some of you. So her name stands for Ask Virtually Anything. She's the face, Ask Virtually Anything. So we have a Facebook page. That's one of our accomplishments. And it's called Ask Provo 311, but Ava is actually the agent behind it. She's the face of the customer service center. Some of the other things we've done, which I hope you guys have all seen our new app, the Provo app, and reported an issue. It's called See Click Fix. Has anyone used it yet? I think Rachel mentioned you have it up. Fantastic. We love it. It provides so much more visibility. The map is helpful. The ability to just snap a photo on the spot is great. We haven't received any negative feedback. Other than Brittany did here, we're getting way too many cases now. So, but that's great. Some of the other things we've done, our City View upgrade, that was a One Provo initiative, but that had a huge impact on our department. It really updated things for the residents, made things a lot smoother for them to submit. Our new website, it has a chat bot. Has anyone used her? Annalie raised her hand. So in the corner, there's a little Ava, and you can just click on her and you can ask her anything you want. She doesn't link to a live agent, but she uses the website to provide back the information. So we've really enjoyed that. We have a certified business licensing officer. Laramie recently accomplished that this past year. And I think it could be the first time we've ever had one for the city. So way to go, Laramie. So a certified business licensing officer or official is someone who attends a certain number of hours in training so that they can administer business licenses.
Yeah, I figured that, but like, how does it help? Like, what's the win? Like, what is it? How's it help?
Knowledge. It's knowledge. It's a communication network. He's connected with other peers who have the same accomplishment, and they're able to interchange ideas and bounce things off of each other. We continue our efforts to collect in-house. Every time we collect in-house, we're actually saving 33%, which is pretty substantial. So we continue to work on that. We have been meeting with and hosting other prospective 311 cities. Like we've met with Ogden, Saratoga, Orem, Lehigh, just to name a few. And we continue to help them get their 311 call centers up and going. Lastly, we presented at a couple of conferences. We have another one coming up where we're talking about our gamification strategy to keep our call center operating at peak efficiency. And then we would also condense billing cycles further. So all of these have been really great things for us. And then lastly, our budget. I'm actually going to turn it over to Laramie Gonzalez, our business manager, and he will run through the numbers.
Thank you, Amanda. I say this every year, but the customer service budget is not that exciting of a budget because we haven't had really any increases over a number of years, and we make some slight modifications here and there. We have to react when we do have those overages, but for the most part, we've not had any increases. And again, this year, we have balanced our budget for operations, and I'll kind of show you how we got there. The customer service department, we've split into, we have 5 different sections or divisions in our department. We have admin, utility billing, IT, the call center, and licensing. Administration, well, let's look at these first 2 columns first. The first column is the adopted budget, it's pretty much what we asked for last year and what we received. The next column is our proposed budget for this year. The third is the changes, and I know I'll probably look at them before I get there, but everything in green is actually a decrease in that particular section of our budget, and the red is an increase. And there's some notes as to how we got there. But let's start with administration. So $205,000 in our operations budget for administration. We've left out our personnel because at the time we prepared this, we didn't have personnel numbers. And to be honest with you, we haven't had any personnel increases or changes there. So really that shouldn't change much at all, except for those things that change for everyone, like benefits and that kind of thing. So we're going to focus mainly on the operations budget of the department. So 205,000, we had 214,000 last year. So that was a savings. I was able to find $8,302 in savings in that particular section of the budget. With things like PR, business mails, printing, postage, a variety of things that we was able to find some money there, and then we had to go back and find some more and go back and find some more because we actually had a significant change in IT, but we'll get there in a second.
Are the chargebacks usually about the same from year to year?
Yeah, in fact, the numbers we get from finance usually show the exact same numbers for last year and this year's budget going forward until those are finalized for the end of the year. Utility billing, you'll notice $724,000. That is a significant chunk of the operations budget for customer service. And the majority of that $700,000 comes from everything associated with the utility bill. It comes with the printing of the bill, the inserts, the postage, the mailing, everything that has to do with the utility bill. And again, that is a third-party vendor. So we don't really have a whole lot of control over that particular number there. However, this year there wasn't any change, which is great to see because in general, in our third-party contracts, we see a 6 to 8% increase every year. And in IT, that's what happened to us again this year. But there was no change in that particular item in utility billing. However, we did have a decrease of $2,400 just simply because we have bank fees that hit our department and they actually come out of admin, and just to make the budget and the numbers look right, we put that where it actually comes from. So we took the $2,400 out of utility billing and threw it back in admin. So so it looks right when finance actually pulls from that line item. I'm going to skip IT for right now because there was some interesting things that happened there. Call center, $38,000. We actually increased that budget of $4,300. And what we did was we looked at all of those things that we allot money for per staff amount. So if we look at like uniforms and meals for training and things like that, we added those together and we tried to make sure that we reflected that in each one of these sections, that number of employees actually consumes that dollar amount. So to make that fair and make that look like we actually know where that money's coming from for who's actually spending it, we took some of that money that came out of the other sections and we put it in call center. So even though you see an increase of $4,300, there was no increase to our budget here. It was simply money pulled from other sections. So we did have an increase there, but again, there was no overall increase to the budget. And of course, licensing, it's $25,000 in our licensing section. That majority, 99% of that is a third-party contract that we have with, again, everything associated with printing of the license, the letters, postage, that kind of thing. So, and we have no staff in licensing. So what we did was we pulled like uniforms and cell phone and stuff that we was consuming with staff in other areas. We just put that where those staff members reside. So was actually able to save that money there. And let's get to IT. So what happened here is that 281,000, about 208,000 of that number are third-party contracts. Again, contracts that we don't have a whole lot of control over. And there's probably about, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, 15 of those. And in those contracts, there's a clause like all maintenance contracts that they are allowed to do an increase every year. And Of course, they always take advantage of that, and this year we saw an average of 8% increase in every one of those maintenance contracts, which netted us an increase in our IT budget of $27,500. In an effort to make sure that we deliver a balanced budget every single year, we went back to the other section and thought, oh my goodness, we got to find $28,000. So that's what we did. We was able to cut somewhere out of IT, computer replacement, stuff like that. I think by looking at how often we replace that equipment, the computers and whatnot, and trying to normalize that cycle so we don't have those roller coasters every year, was able to more streamline what we actually need every year. Was able to cut about $20,000 from there, and then added with our other savings in the other sections. You'll notice at the bottom, our overall operations budget for customer service did come down $173 over last year. So we're pretty proud of the fact that we worked hard to go back and look at these other sections and go back until we was able to make those cuts that was able to deliver a balanced budget, which every year gets more and more difficult to do. Simply, I mean, a great example is licensing. A couple of years ago, we absorbed licensing into our department with no increase in staff and still able to deliver all of those services that we did before. In fact, I think one thing Amanda didn't mention was over the last couple of years, most all of our operations, we have normalized, stabilized, and we're doing better now than we've ever done. So to be able to do those kind of things and have a pretty stable, again, when I say we look at our stats, they're kind of boring too, because they were all over the place for a little bit. And now they really do look better than they ever have. So all of that, and still be able to bring our balanced budget and bring it under $173, we're pretty proud of. Anybody have any questions on how we got there today?
Okay.
Perfect, that's what we like. I think the next one is supplemental requests. We have no supplementals this year. And we put that little note up there because we didn't have any last year or the year before. So we're trying to do our best to make sure that we're utilizing the staff and resources we have today. And we're just making it work with what's asked of us to continue going forward and delivering that great customer service that we try to do every day. So no supplementals and no increase to the budget. Any questions?
Question, just a thank you. 311 is the coolest set of numbers ever. It's just so nice to be able to, anytime a resident has an issue, send to 311. I've called myself when I've had questions. It's a great crew, and really appreciate the good work there.
We love it, and that's why we try to get out and interact with the community so that they know that they can just dial these numbers as well.
And I know it's new, but are you finding that the website is helping you?
It's been amazing.
Like, is it making your job easier? Is it?
Absolutely. It's changed some of the workload. We're getting a lot more comments online.
Which you want to reply to and stuff, so
yes,
and you're okay.
Yep, and we're doing that. It's very efficient. It's a great record keeping system. We'll actually be back if you guys will allow us to. We'd love to come and present about See-Click-Fix. Justin and I discussed that, and we'll introduce you to our Facebook page as well as a little bit more on it.
I think one thing too, sorry, before we get there, is the new website has allowed us to get rid of old systems like POB, for example. And we think POB served us well for the things that we needed it for, especially our knowledge base for the customer service reps to deliver that information. But it was also the customer service portal to report issues and whatnot. And as you could see, you know, with the new See-Click-Fix and even the great response we had with the neighborhood meeting the other day, I think we've seen a lot of positive where we've eliminated POB, but we have just as much access to the information. Actually, it looks much more modern and updated today than it ever has. So it's been a real positive.
And we do have more forms coming online with that soon. We'll do our street banners, park pavilion requests, and special events. So those will all have a much more modern looking bill.
I, for one, would love to see how it works on the back end, because I refer your number to more residents than I do my own. And I am proud to say that.
I love that. And you guys are always welcome to come in for a tour. We'd love to show you around. We have a great office, so anytime.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda, thank you, Larry. I see that. Great work.
Next, we have a similar budget presentation from the mayor's office presented by stockholders.
Well, thank you, Council Chair, Council. So for this opportunity to go around, I appreciate the rescheduling of this when I was goofing off in the last meeting and actually took a week of vacation. So the components of this will be talking about staffing, intergovernmental relationships, citywide initiatives as we go, and the accomplishments that happens through our city and the mayor's office. Let's first talk about the first component of that is staffing. So we were able to get our staffing on one slide, and that's pretty easy. And there's even changes coming. We are actually cutting 3 positions out of the mayor's office, which will be a savings of approximately $100,000. And those positions, I give tons of credit to the mayor and Nicole Martin about reductions in if 1 part-time staff in media services, 1 part-time staff in communications, and then we had a part-time staff placeholder for office assistants, especially after when we reduced our workforce with the assistant CAO. And when we've done that, so we've eliminated all 3 of those. So if you take out that box, that is us now. So the characteristics of the budget you'll see efficient and effective staff, and also looking at cost reductions. We're setting good examples for the same process. Customer service does a great job. That is a great example of status quo budgeting, trying to come up with different ideas instead of, always asking for, there's going to be changes, ups and downs in everybody's operation budgets, and we value that. And we want to set a good example of that also. We are reacting to a budget this year. We've all gotten revenue updates from John and the team all the way along the line. So this is going to be a tough budget to bring together. And so the mayor's office wants to set a good example. We've simplified our structure and made it efficient within our office. And quite frankly, we feel like we're doing better with less. Another component is Provo City's intergovernmental relationships. This is probably where we have the least control. And the statement I'd make is it does not seem that any of these organizations have the same restrictive budget process as governments do. It seems like their charges go up every single year. So we have to find strategies of self-balancing to be able to figure this out within our own organization. So all these are ones that are important, and they create funding opportunities, and these are great partnerships to have, and they create great dialogue. But it is something that is paid for the entire city out of the mayor's office. So it's a consideration as we go.
So with each of those entities, we pay a fee to be associated with them, and those membership fees are going up.
Including the graffiti one?
I'm not showing the graffiti. I haven't gotten the bill for the graffiti, but I have the legal, the MPO, the LCT, every one of them has jumped this year. It's been.
And it's kind of interesting on the notice that we get. There's not a year's notice. They know when Provo and municipal's budget, yet we sometimes do not see these until late in the process or even after we budgeted. So there's a little bit of balancing scramble all the way through. An obvious commitment to our pillars and communicating those and working with all of our departments, and to our mission statement about exceptional care for an exceptional community. And then as to the council questions in the memo, we did not do any supplementals last year. We did not do any supplementals this year, and fees and charges are not really a part of the mayor's office budget.
A quick question on that.
Yeah.
Didn't we approve additional funds for my hometown? Wasn't that considered a supplemental that was under the mayor's office?
It was under the mayor's office. Now it's under development services, where Tara Riddle is housed as part of that department.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so we did that last year, but next year we won't be doing that, because even if we do need to do it, it'll be in a different department. It won't be in your department.
Yeah, Tara controlled those funds, and so it just made sense to put them where Tara is. So she
Okay.
doesn't have to coming to the Provo Foundation, ask for
Yeah.
appropriations and everything. And it made her happy, it makes us happy, because it's where the money should be.
Right, okay, thanks.
And there is a discussion on that amazing program and for next year too. So there may be some adjustments that will be required for that.
Okay, thanks for helping me
Don't want to
understand
steal
that.
development services thunder, but that is good. And as a competence, we are independently assessed all the time about our standing both in United States and other communities. And it's something that we are quite proud of, the accomplishments that this city within a combination with its administration, its department, and its council, that what we're able to accomplish in Provo. So a budget that doesn't have as many moving parts as an overall department, but still we consider ourselves key elements to the overall success of the city. So any questions?
Sorry, it's me again. Back on your mayor's office staff. So you talked about cutting 3 different positions. Are those all under the media services category?
2 of them.
2 are, and what was the third one?
Third one was
the
a
CA?
part-time position, which was a placeholder after we dropped the assistant CAO position to see if there was time, to gauge the need and all that for a part-time position. And we feel with the team working all together and collectively, we've been able to divide responsibilities and be able to drop that position too.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense not to get rid of it immediately as you're assessing everybody, how they do the workload. How large is the media services sub-department that you have?
So we have Brett Borget. Yeah, Brett, I'm gonna tell you, so 3 full-time and 2 part-time.
Okay, and that will be after you do the cuts?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because we had the 2 office assistants, but we didn't have the number for the media services, and so I didn't have the numbers necessary to see how that was working.
Okay.
And it's interesting because media service is under the mayor's office. Other cities that do have this, it's not under the mayor's office. So it is a little bit of a interesting dynamic the way it's been set up.
Yeah, and I know you host a lot of visitors to the city and events and everything like that. Where does that fit into the mayor's budget? Because that's a huge part of how you build our reputation for the city and everything, and we pay for it. But where is that fitting in?
A lot of it is sponsors.
Oh, good.
Ask both of these come and help fund a meal, or we have such great relationships with the different businesses. They're willing to come and give, and we say, set your card out, have the conversations. They're really, really efficient on that component. As far as hosting, and we try and always go ask first. We never look to our budget unless we absolutely have to.
But there is a budget portion of that. Is that staying steady from last year to next year?
It is staying the same, and it's for public outreach, and that's where you'll see some of these events where we are handling these, where we reach out to the public like you would in public outreach and do the events and bring them in, do some hosting or run like a Women's Day and all that. All those are out of this department's budget. Yeah. Right,
Yeah.
like the work day.
Well, and those are important things. And so I want to be able to recognize them and their value instead of just having it just be invisible, because it is something that's been worthwhile for the city.
Appreciate it.
Also, the swag bags this year on Women's Day were the best they ever have been.
Calling in every favorite. The whole city to get that, can you believe that? And they all just came, like, it was amazing. I can't believe they're like, tell the mayor, yeah, we'll bring boxes over now. It's crazy.
It was astonishing, and it looked like the attendees had a wonderful time. So thank you.
Any other questions for the mayor's office? If not, we'll move to our final budget presentation. Thank you, Scott. Which is the fire department. This will be presented by our chief, Hedman.
Good afternoon. I want to point out Deputy Chief Jeff Anderson in the back. He's the one who keeps the fire department running, so thanks for all he does. Appreciate having the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our budget. Some of our accomplishments over the last year, our WUI program, our Wildland Urban Interface program, has been very successful. As I'm sure you have had a lot of feedback from your constituents, we've also heard a lot of people asking questions about what we're doing to make sure that we don't have fires like they have in LA. And this is what we're doing. And we started this about 3 years ago. We have one full-time captain who manages the program and 6 part-time full fuel reduction specialists that go out and they clear weeds, they trim brush, they'll go to neighborhoods that are in the interface. And if neighbors will clean up their yard, they can pull it out and we'll chip it and haul it off. It's been a great program. We also were able to open Station 1. Huge success for us. Having a fire apparatus there has been a blessing for us. We've had a number of significant fires this year. We had a fire today at about 11:30 that they were second in on. So having that fire apparatus is a very big benefit. We also ran a heavy rescue school late last year, and then hazmat school. We just got done with it. Those are that teaches a few different disciplines like technical rescue kind of disciplines, rope rescues, trench rescues, confined space, and then hazmat. So we have people, and those people, most of them are housed at Station 1. That's where we put our heavy rescue specialists. So, and then we've been able to send 7 firefighter EMTs to paramedic school this year, and you'll see later that that's causing a little bit of a burden for us, but we'll talk through that when we get there. Just like the police, there's a standard, national standard for how you determine or how cities look at how many firefighters you should have for a city. And it's one of the standards is based on per thousand, kind of like the police have. And the range varies, but it's from like 1.3 on the low end up to 1.8 on the high end per thousand, which would put at 1.3, that would put us at 150,000 or 150 firefighters. We have 93. So
That's 1.3.
that's no 1.3 is 150. We have we have 93. That's less than one. Yeah, like 0.8 something. Yeah, but I'm not here crying foul. I'm just saying there is other ways to measure this and say that we're lean. I feel like we run a pretty tight fire department. We have the best firefighters around, and they do an amazing job with little resources. So I'm proud of them every time they go out. This is kind of what our ultimate goal is to meet. There's an NFPA standard 1710, and that says that we're going to show up within 4 minutes. We're going to bring 17 firefighters. One of them is a command officer, and then 16 firefighters. The first fire apparatus should be there in 4 minutes, and all the rest of them should be there in 8. We accomplish this most of the time. All the units in 8 is difficult because of the distance depending on the location of the fire. If we've got a fire west of Station 4, then it's a distance. Station 1's the next closest, and they're only a few minutes behind. But if we've got we send 4 stations to a fire in order to have the numbers we need to meet this standard. So to get them all there in 8 it's close, depending on the location. If it's more central fire downtown, we easily meet it every time. And then that depends on if we have stations that are committed to other calls. So at any given time, we have 1, 2, 3, sometimes 5 medicals going at one time. And in those situations, we rely more on the mutual aid and automatic aid from our neighbors. I want to,
So does that mean that we could benefit from another fire station or two in the city, or are we adequate with the 5 we have?
yeah, so next up on here is the Station 27. I feel like needs to be in a 5-year plan to build out and add a northwest fire station. And then at some point beef up some of the staffing on our fire engines. But for now, what we're in the 5-year plan, what we're shooting for is just getting our 9 safer firefighters that are hired and working at Station 1 with the safer grant. That runs out in March of 2027. So we want to start working towards funding those positions over the next 3 years, and then in 2030 look to fund 3 firefighters to put a tailboard or a firefighter on our ladder truck at Station 3. The reason there's 3 needed is we have 3 shifts. So in order to have 24-hour a day, 7-day-a-week coverage, it takes 3 people to fill one spot all the time.
Before I forget, Justin, is there a way that we can track how many firefighters they're needing every year? Because he's saying that he's recommending to try to get those 9 staff before 2027. I think it'd be great for us to kind of have a.
Yeah, and we've got a document that John had provided us last year, this public safety staffing plan for police and fire, where we've got that available. I'll share that with council right now.
And then as far as the Station 27, is that on the CIP?
Not yet. I don't believe we're working towards that in a 5-year plan, but there's no funding set aside for it as of.
But
today.
even if there's no funding set aside, should that be in the CIP?
If it's a 5-year plan.
Well, that's a capital, huge capital improvement.
Might be the first I've heard that it's 5 years.
Well,
Scott, can you get on that?
I apologize, Scott. The goal is just to have this in the long range planning. I wanted it brought up, whether it happens in 5 or 6 years, I don't know, but.
Well, and probably Station 26, if that's in the 5-year plan for a remodel, that's also a CIP-ish thing, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think that is in your.
Airport part.
Yeah.
Not fire, so we probably need to start a fire station part.
Well, airport fire station 26 is at the airport.
Right, but 27 would be in a.
Yes, correct.
Firefighter. The fireman portion of the CIP.
Would there be federal grants for that one too at the airport?
Yeah, but there are multiple funding sources. Isaac probably knows a ton about the different.
We'll shake all the trees. Yeah.
Awesome.
Get all that money.
That's an ongoing project that's moving, so I think the FAA can go contributed dramatically.
So did you have more? Sorry. So one of the things we're proud of is our retention in the fire department. We lose people to retirement. We've had several retire. We had 1 retire today after 27 years of amazing service to the city. And then 2 weeks ago, we had a battalion chief that left with 28 years on. So we do have retirements. We have a few a year consistently, roughly 5-ish. But it depends, it ebbs and flows. But we feel like we don't lose people. They don't go to Orem. They don't go to other fire departments very often. And part of that is because of the support we have from the council and the mayor. We have competitive pay, merit increases are big, and the COLA helps keep us in line so that we're competitive with pay. But like I said, the culture in the fire department and in the city is a big part of why we feel like we don't lose a lot of employees. This is we've kind of talked about this, but the master plan we did back in 2021 was recommending that we located Northwest Fire Station, and also, Station 4 either relocated or in with the airport fire station at some point.
Where,
Sorry.
what's the plan with Station 4?
The long-term plan would be to relocate it with the airport so that they run out of one side of the airport station would be the city side and the other side would be the airport side.
So do we just like mix Station 4? I mean, cause it looks like Station 7, or are they two separate stations?
They're
Even though
two
they'd be in
separate
the
stations.
same location?
They
So
would know that Station 26 is the airport.
Oh, sorry, it's 26, yeah.
Yeah, or Station 6. Station 4 is the one that's currently there. Station 7 is the one that we're trying to plan for in the future.
So Station 4 will stay there. We're not gonna mix it or anything. We're just gonna keep it.
Correct.
So we would no longer have a Station 4. It would be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
It would still be a 4. It would just respond differently from the half. I guess it's semantics. That, go ahead.
It would be 4/6.
Yeah,
All together, but these firefighters are only allowed to go on the airport. And this group only goes out to. the
So what's
public.
pro?
So trying to be fiscally conservative and build a fire station that serves both. So we would probably still say 4. I mean, it would still have its code number, right?
yeah. We wouldn't go, if we decided to call it one house and call it just 4, I would say 4 and then we call the other one 6 at that point, but. Yeah, be awkward.
And we're looking at this in the next 5 years?
It's not in the CIP, so I'm kind of launching a Hail Mary at some point. We would like to have it in the plan, but it's not, it's just a kind of a wish list.
I think
At
it'd be
this point.
great to put in the CIP and then, you know, try to keep it on everybody's,
Yeah,
that's my opinion, keep it on everybody's radar. When they try to seek funding for it to happen. So it doesn't get lost.
I agree. So, along with, I know it's out of fashion to have supplemental requests. And I struggled with this, a lot because we have a significant need, to train our EMTs to paramedic level. And so last year we hired 16 new EMTs. And they're great EMTs, doing a good job and we've been able to get those 16 aren't ready for school. We try to get them to work for a full year and then start getting them ready for their prerequisites to go to paramedic school. But some of the ones we hired the year before were ready and we've sent, and several years before actually, but we've sent 7 so far this year. I would like to send 3 more and it's taken a toll on our budget. $11,000 per student to go to school. And that's just covering the school and books and not necessarily their salaries.
Is there any kind of obligation that they have to stay with the city after? For a certain period of time?
So
Like if you're gonna invest in this, you need to stick with us for at least a year or 2 or.
Yeah, we're initiating a program where they have to repay in steps for 3 years. So it graduates less and less for each of those 3 years.
It helps with retention.
Yeah, we haven't done this in the past. So we haven't had a problem with people leaving still, even without it, but we have added it.
How did the firemen, I mean, is that standard in most city positions that it is repaid?
It's hit or miss. Some cities have a program like that and some don't.
Like, I would rather them not repay it, but that they have to repay it if they, so much if they leave in a year or 2 years, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's only set that if they leave, if they
Oh, okay.
leave inside of
Oh,
3
good.
years,
was like, let's not make them pay it back.
No, they
Yeah,
don't,
yeah, that's what I
they only
meant,
pay
yeah.
it back if they choose to leave.
Yes.
So the part of the issue with the paramedics and why we need them is we have 5 ambulances, which require 10 paramedics every day to staff those ambulances. And we have, right now, I have 7 on shift if none of them are off. So every day we have at least 2 ambulances. If no paramedics are off duty, 2 ambulances with 2 EMT, an EMT and a paramedic, which is okay. But if then I take away 2 medics are off that day or 3, I might have no paramedics on one ambulance and just have 2 EMTs. And then the paramedics are coming on the fire apparatus, which we can meet the intent of our requirement or our obligation to be a paramedic service, but it's not ideal. And this problem, because we hired 16 firefighters last year, and then we had a number of promotions. We had to add a captain and an engineer at Station 1 to start running a fire apparatus out of there. So all of those were paramedics that got promoted up, and which left us at hiring in EMTs behind them. In the past, we would hire people as paramedics, but they're just not available anymore. We still try, but they're typically the only way we get a paramedic is if they're lateraling from another fire department to ours. And then we'll hire, and we've had a couple of those. We hired 7 that started in March, and 2 of those were laterals paramedics, but it's become difficult to hire paramedics. There is some savings to the city to hire EMTs because we pay them more than $10,000 a year less than we would pay a paramedic. So in turn, there's a little give and take there, but so this is for ongoing. The 77,000 would be to it says 10 EMTs. That's to send 7. That's a typo. To paramedic school. And what I'd like to do is get 7 consistently for the next 2 years after. So this year we'll do 10, 7, and 7. And then after that, I think we can scale it back to maybe 5, or kind of depend on how many we hired 2 years before that. That's how many we would like to be able to send as we progress. So like if it were 2 years from now, we hired 5. So in 2028, we'd be sending those 5, ideally.
Chief, can I just add to that?
Sure.
And just so everyone's aware, it's just not a Provo problem. I've talked to other mayors, and finding paramedics is just become really tricky. And so this idea of bringing them on for a year and then putting them through school is really the only option. I even had Daniel jump into it and say, give me numbers. I've already talked to a handful of mayors, but I want you to call your friends in the HR departments and find out. He came back and he said, you're right, Mayor. It is a problem for all the cities right now. I don't know.
I can tell you what I think the reason is that, so UVU has a paramedic program and they'll have 30 students. And out of those 30 students, 27 of them will be from fire departments. So I'm already filling up. There's not a pool of new paramedics coming out, because we all need to get people trained. So there's just not enough room, and maybe not as much desire as there used to be, because they could run more programs if it was fiscally a good choice for them. And I couldn't speak to that, but there's just not a lot of unhired paramedics coming out of school. There are some, but not very many.
So Mayor, is this a priority and you're finding money in the budget for it?
We're going to talk about it when all of these presentations are done. That's when the fun really begins. Because then we get around the table and John Borges says, Mayor, here's all the money you got. Good luck. And we just go to work on it and try and figure it all out. So it's nice because the directors come with their priorities and we hear them and we see them and we take it all back to the table. Take a look at it. And Chief will talk about something else after this that kind of we're already having to address to get this in motion.
So can we get a follow-up on this to see how much of this is covered?
Oh, you'll get it when you get the budget.
Yeah.
It'll be in the budget.
Well, I want it called out. Do you know what I mean? I want it called out in the budget if that's possible. Say, okay, we were successful in doing this all, or no, I mean, rather than us having to dig.
Well, it'll be in a supplemental, so I don't know.
Yeah, council. Council normally receives a supplemental report of what was able to be funded and what we weren't able to find things, so that there is a report just for that purpose. But normally those things the mayor includes in the memo with budget highlights.
Right out of
And
the
the-
gate is first.
Yeah, and I'll go with you, Becky, and look through that and like have this sheet printed out and we will put check marks or X's by each of the things. So
And
we,
everything's so great and we get it, but at the end of the day, John Borget will hand us a number and say, this is all you got.
Well, I get that, but it's also nice to know how much we were able to fund and how much we weren't. Because I know this was one of the priorities that we had is public service funding. Okay, thank you.
yeah, if anyone's gonna ask for money and not make the public super mad at us, I mean, you're the best candidate for that.
But we like not making the public mad, but
Considering.
it's hard to ask for money, knowing it is a tight budget year. And we know that there's limitations for the mayor and the administration in what they can allocate. We have some needs. We're kind of in the position we are with the paramedic students because we try not to ask for more than we need. And it's kind of, it crept up on us really. I probably should have planned for this and been more ahead of the problem that's coming after this. So, and then the AEDs, that's line 2 is, we have some AEDs, which are automatic external defibrillators, which they function, basically you put them on and push a button and they work, right? That's what you would find in a public building. We carry those on our fire apparatus so that if they get there first, they can start defibrillating somebody who needs it right away, rather than wait for an ambulance to get there with theirs. They come with a much more high-tech piece of equipment that costs about $25,000 per defibrillator that we have on our ambulances, but these are closer to $2,500 a piece. But we've got 11 of them that are they're done. We can't fix them. We can't buy batteries for them. They're just done. We've got to replace them. And then the PPE, we have PPE, our personal protective equipment is our turnouts that we wear in the fires. There is a lot of studies out there showing that the cancer causing chemicals that get on our turnouts are killing firefighters from cancer. Firefighters are way more susceptible to cancers than the average person because of what we do, but also because of how we're caring for our gear. We've gotten much better at that, but we still, we don't budget. We haven't been budgeting quite enough to be able to replace those as regularly as it required. We have to replace them every 10 years. So this additional 20,000 would just give us the ability to stay on a schedule so that we consistently replace those every 10 years, which is required by NFPA. Item 4 is for some automated CPR devices. What those do is they continue CPR when we're moving a patient. So it's a mechanical device that goes on the chest and just keeps doing CPR no matter what we're doing. So it's, which is the big reason, the biggest chance of surviving this cardiac arrest is good CPR followed by good ALS paramedic interventions. So, but the ones we have now are old, need new batteries, which is only maybe $50,000, but they're old, and we would rather than replace those, we'd like to upgrade to a better technology. And then 5 is radio replacements. We at the moment we have not a single spare radio in the fire department. And that's because partially we just did a radio upgrade to the system, which actually broke a bunch of our radios, so they had to send them in to get repaired. And we'd like to keep a few so that we can continuously, we can have them have an issue, bring it in. We can have them a couple of spares that we can hand them a new one and they can go back to work, and then we send theirs off for repair. And they're pretty costly, but we're asking for $30,000 to increase that budget over. And then after the first year, I think we can reduce that down for following years to $15,000. And then the last item is reporting software called Continuum. And this is just going to give us a whole lot better data into into our reporting software. Our reporting software is good for getting, we can put notes down and document the call and we can pull it up, but it doesn't give us the data we'd like to get back from it as far as exact response times to certain areas. It would help us immensely with positioning Station 7 in the right place and give us a whole lot better data. I think that I have in the printed budget that I sent you, there's a section on our staffing. We kind of went over that, but we've been pretty status quo for many years until we hired the 9 firefighters, and the 9 firefighters plus the 3 at the airport has added to more than 10% to our department. And we just didn't do a good job of pre-planning for budget needs for that, which is part of why we're in the position we're in with the asks for next year and the ask that's coming up for this year. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, so when you're talking about adding new people, are you also, you're taking into account their salary and their benefits, but are you also adding in the cost of their personal protective equipment and all of these other things that they'll need to use?
Yeah, so that's the next ask is partially because we didn't do a good job of planning for that. And a portion of that ask is entirely because of that. And then a portion of it is because of the training that we need to get people through to get.
So can you put that training on the cost when you come and say, okay, a firefighter is going to cost this? I think it would be more helpful if you said, okay, it's the uniform, it's the salary, it's also the training and the personal equipment, and just come up with just that. Doesn't the police do like a
with police,
cost?
it's the police
vehicle?
officer and their car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so certainly we don't have a car for each, but we do have a radio and turnouts, and it's roughly $10,000 to equip a new firefighter. So that's so the 9, when we got those, they were on a SAFER grant and we didn't know if we were going to get it or not. And then we lucked into it, and fortunately we did get the grant. But along with that wasn't a budget request, it was just a grant request. So and unfortunately at the time you couldn't request turnouts or radios or anything else along with the grant money. If it were today, you could. But
Well, I mean, even for us, I mean, if we're gonna consider a new firefighter and we're gonna have to increase taxes, to me, I would rather know, okay, it's gonna cost me this much money ongoing for this firefighter.
I think that's fair.
And to include that 11,000, I mean, if that's the reality nowadays, that we are gonna have to pay for that, I would like that included so that we know this is our obligation for every firefighter that we need to hire.
But yeah, for a one-time cost. Yeah.
Well, it's 11,000 for just the one time.
Yeah, for
Okay.
their training is just a one-time one. It takes about 10 months to get them trained. And in that 10 months,
But still, I mean, a police officer in their car,
yeah,
it's
it's
a
the same
one-time.
kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's the kind of cost that I would want to see. What's the hard cost of actually having this person in this position to hire one this year? So that kind of a thing.
Yeah. Well, when we get to adding new positions, I'll make sure we do that.
But I do have a couple more questions for you. Okay, so as far as the airport goes, does that take currently all of Station 4, or do we still have some of those that are still
We have
doing calls around the west side?
Station 4 only goes to the airport if there's an emergency. So if a
Okay.
plane crashes, they're going, but so is the rest of the city. But right now we have firefighters at the airport
Just at the
24 hours a day,
okay.
just at the airport.
Station just at the airport, and 4
Yep.
is still a functional station for West Provo.
Correct.
Okay, and then Cottonwood Park, are you guys still pairing with the county to clean that
Yeah,
up?
they were out there looking at it last week. I didn't hear the exact date, but they have a plan to go out there and do some work
I've been
this year.
communicating with Skylar Beltran, so.
Good.
So, you guys have a date to go with them, or are they just gonna do it on their own?
No, we're gonna help them. We're gonna work with them.
But you don't have a date
I
yet?
I don't know the date, but I
Okay.
think they have a date. It was,
Okay.
I believe, in May sometime, but I can't remember.
And then the third question I have is that I was walking around trying to get my brain so it wasn't gonna fall asleep today. Trees in the planter strips down there, it's just all gravel. Do we have any plans to beautify that section?
That's not in my scope, but we clean up and clear out hazards, but I don't know about cleaning up a strip.
Well, and the
Is it
planter
in
strip right in
parts?
front of, no, in front of your property, in front of the new fire station one down here to the south. It
Oh.
seems like it's just all gravel.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about still down by by the
No.
lake.
No,
Yeah, I think the gravel's what's staying for now until the development goes in around.
Free
That-
tree days,
What's that?
But they-
tree day.
they
Yeah,
don't have free irrigation though, that's this, I thought it the same thing. I thought, hey, let's turn on the. Yeah, but.
yeah, well,
there's no irrigation
all
there.
of that is outside of the fire department property. So it's city property, but it's not on, all of the part that's on the fire department property is decorated and done. The part that is outside is kind of temporary. We helped get it done, and so did Parks. Parks put in a lot of work to help us get that gravelled and looking better. But when that parking lot gets whatever happens to it, that's probably, I don't know what the long-term plan is for that portion.
Is that the long-term plan, Scott? Just wait for development of the southern half? or the
Yeah, I think getting the questions
Eastern half.
answered on. Getting the questions answered on that redevelopment site, I'm sure is a big component about final landscaping all in that area. But Scott Bunker felt bad about missing the question about the expansion of the bay. So he said if we want trees in the strip, he might be able to take care of the trees.
Tell him he needs to get irrigation over there too.
Then I will-
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? If not, Chief will let you continue regarding the resolution appropriate $175,000.
Okay, thank you. I think we can get through this pretty quick. Most of these same topics were in my budget presentation. They're just more current issues. So the first ask is I would like to be able to send up to 10 EMTs to paramedic school this budget year. In order to do that, I'm asking for an additional $110,000 of an appropriation. The same needs that are ongoing are happening currently. And like I said earlier, I probably should have saw this coming and I didn't. And part of that is typically we've only sent students to UVU and we only get 3, maybe 4 in a class in a year in 2 different sessions. That's the most we typically can get. They could see, I talked to them about our predicament and said we need more. They gave us more. And then on top of that, we found an online program that is helping us get even more trained, which is great for our paramedic problem, difficult for our budget. So,
So Chief, did you say for this current budget year or the upcoming budget year?
this is an ask for an appropriation for this budget year.
Okay.
And then the 65,000 is for an appropriation for turnouts. We hired the 16 last year and we only bought them one set of turnouts. We do that on purpose because turnouts are personal protective equipment, fire gear. We buy them one set. And the reason we buy two, just so everybody remembers, is so that we can clean them after. If they come back, they're dirty, grimy, and have cancers causing chemicals on them, we launder them. And while they're getting laundered, they need another set to wear. We don't typically buy two sets for a brand new firefighter because not all of them make it through their first year. And this time, out of the 16, 15 of them made it through their first year. So we were pretty successful, I feel like, but we do need to get them a second set of turnouts sooner than later so that we can keep them safe. If you've paid notice the legislation did a big bill for firefighters, giving some cancer presumptive clauses for cancer for firefighters, as well as funding testing for firefighters to go get and make sure we don't have cancer. It was a big push up at the legislature this year. And that's because firefighters are a whole lot more susceptible to cancer. See if I have anything I haven't covered. Feel like we've covered the reason behind both of these, the same arguments for bumping up next year's for budget also pertains to this year. So I'm just asking for it sooner.
Yes, Scott.
Mhm. So if you're looking for a Christmas gift for the tentative budget, I noticed on Chiefs, there were a couple one-time listed on the red slide that would go into next year's budget. One-time expenses appropriated in this year's out of the general fund would help dramatically in our budget balancing and budgeting for next year. So one was the AEDs at approximately 49,000, and the CPR devices was approximately 178,000. Since those are one-time expenses, I would just ask for your consideration on that.
Okay, thank you, Scott. All right. And the question to John, any comment on this proposed appropriation for 175,000 from the general fund?
So we met, excuse me, sorry. I was real comfortable sitting, sorry, I was standing on half stand. So we met and kind of reviewed these requests, the supplemental requests today, or I would just say the appropriation request earlier, and the administration is supportive of those requests that are definitely needed. It's once again, it's we'll make the needed fund balance, but it's a good use of fund balance based on the needs of these items. So I would say we're supportive.
And then, John, so how would we go about considering what the CAO has proposed? An additional appropriation that would be for a future meeting?
If the council wanted to, this item that's before you now could be amended to include those, and then when it goes to the council for action agenda in a couple of weeks, it will be taken care of then.
Budget balance, I mean, what's that percentage bring it down to?
So I basically said earlier that $1 million is about 1%, okay? And so do the math, it was probably the 11%. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, John. Any other questions for the chief or John?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, first I just wanted to thank you for your written documents that you gave us. Just these ones where you wrote out your numbers, exactly what you needed and the reasoning behind it. That was so nice. It was so clear and it helped me know exactly what you wanted and why. And I found it very helpful, very refreshing. So thank you for taking the time to put that together for us.
Thank you.
And then the second thing really was along with Mr. Henderson's suggestion. So by appropriating it now, we will be starting off with less in our general fund for next year. But that still seems like a better option. Does it really make things that much better? Okay.
Well, it helps us in balancing revenues with expenses, and typically we usually try to include things in the budget where this is one-time money. I think Scott's recommendation is a good one. It also gives the opportunity for the chief to move now on these wanted needs rather than waiting until July to start the process.
Okay.
Can you go back to that slide, Kevin? The second to last slide.
The previous presentation.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So if it helps, if you added those additional items, that's $207,000. If you wanted to put them all in this $175,000 appropriation, it would turn into $382,000.
And that's items 1 through 5?
Well,
just 2 and 4.
I'm sorry, 2 through 6
and 4.
It's 1, 2, 4.
That's 2 and no more.
It adds 2 and 4 and the others are separate.
So 2 and 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ask $77,000?
No.
So that's
It's 10. That's in the second presentation. So the 110. The 110 this year is for training. So we wouldn't be including the 77 in this adjustment because we've already got 10 that we're covering. Would you also want that $30,000 and not the ongoing 15 in number 5? Did you count that in there, Justin?
No, just the 2 items that were suggested.
So just number 2
the
and 4.
AEDs and the CPR devices.
Okay. And then the software, will that be an ongoing subscription that you have to pay?
I would make a motion then that we include item 2 and 4 in the proposed appropriation for today's vote.
I'll second that.
Would that be amended? And that will come back to us in 2 weeks, right, Justin?
Yeah.
So we have a motion by Councillor Hanley, second by Councillor McKay. To include items 2 and 4 in the appropriation. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Hanley.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Great. With Councillor Christensen excused. So that motion passes 6-0. All right, thank you, Chief. Any other questions for the chief?
I would just like to note that a year or 2 ago, the chief let me come in on their CPR training with their new people who have since been put fully into service. But any other counselors who have the chance to do it, you should do it because that way you can see how they're getting trained. You get to meet our new people who are going through the training and you can see how important this equipment is. So do it. And then you're also like good at doing your compressions.
I don't think any of us. I don't think that's a question at all.
Well, we would love to have anybody that come to the training. It's pretty entertaining and good training, so.
Yeah, so I suggest all of you go do that. Staying alive.
Thank you again, Chief.
Seeing that as your.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there's no objection, we'll now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council by unanimous consent.
Recording stopped.